Who did you come here to see today? The scripture says that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and God was the Word. But the question that we must ask today is, what are we going to do with the word of Minister Louis Farrakhan? What do we do today with the word of God among us? The word moves us, the word shakes us, the word jolts us, but the word must now take form into flesh. We must now be what the minister has been teaching us now for the past 14 and 38 years, teaching the word of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I plead with you, brothers and sisters, that you heed to the call of the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, that you listen to his words, and that when you go home today, that you just don't take those words and take them in one ear and out the other, that you make it flesh, that you decide once and for all that you will make a change in your life. You agree, black woman and black brother, that you must make a change today. You know that it is time now to hear from our leader, our teacher, our God, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. All praises due to Allah. All praises due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praises due to Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, the one God, to whom all praise is due, the Lord of the worlds. To Allah alone do we submit and seek refuge. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. We thank Allah for Moses and the Torah. We thank him for Jesus and the Injil, or the Gospel. We thank him for Muhammad and the Holy Quran. Peace be upon all of these worthy servants of God. But as a black man growing up in America without a true knowledge of God's self or the true religion of Allah, I thank Allah over and over and over again for raising up in our midst a divine leader, teacher, and guide to teach us, the deprived and mentally dead black people of America, the knowledge of self and others. I'm speaking of the man who taught me what I'm about to teach you, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I greet you, all of you, with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. I'm very happy and thankful to Allah to be back at Mosque Mariam. It is good to see you, and since it is a little hot, by next week, with the help of Allah, this air conditioning should be as it should be. So I will get right to the point. I want to talk to us today about the tremendous domestic violence that permeates the black community in particular. There never was a time that so many of us are killing us. So many of us are abusing us. There never was a time when black women were so abused and misused as it is today. There never was a time when black children have been so abused and misused as we find it today. The violence in the home is so great. The abuse in the home is so great that every teacher or leader of any consequence should begin to look at the destruction of the black home and the black family and the black community and address these concerns with truth. Why are black men beating women as women are being beaten today? Many of you that are married suffer because your husbands beat you up. There are many in the Muslim world that think that it is okay to beat your wife. This is not the conduct of a true man of God, beating women. A true man of God knows how to handle women without beating and abusing them. The problem today is we as men have lost the knowledge of how to handle ourselves. So it becomes exceedingly difficult for us to handle our mate, yet nature forces us to come together. But we don't know what to do with each other after we come together. We make each other's lives miserable. And so wife beating is on the increase. And I don't even want to say wife beating, because men aren't marrying women that much today. There's a lot of living in and beating up. But marriage is like a dying institution. What is the cause of this? We know we got the problem, but we want to get to the root cause of why there is this ever-increasing domestic violence. Now, you may not want to believe this, but not only is this happening in the black community, but it is happening on an increasing scale in the white community and in the community of so-called civilized peoples of the earth. Female abuse, child abuse, not only violence in terms of physical punishment, but sexual assault in the home. Men sneaking up on their own biological daughters. Fathers abusing their stepdaughters, or beating and brutalizing their stepchildren, male. Let's look at what some of the statistics are on this horrible domestic condition. According to Dr. Morris Jeff, who writes A Crisis in Black Sexual Politics, he says, quote, "It is now evident that murders are not committed for the most part by strangers. To the contrary, a person is more likely to be a victim of murder at the hands of a friend, a relative, an acquaintance, or a lover." Let's stop there a minute. If you open your Bible, and the story is also repeated in the Holy Quran, the Bible opens in the Genesis story of a family being created by God. Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel. The first violence took place between two brothers. In the same family, one brother killing his brother. In the Bible again, you have the story of Joseph and his brethren. It's not outside the family, it's right in the family where envy, jealousy, enmity, strife causes members of the family to come together to kill Joseph. They agreed, however, to put him in a pit and to sell him off into bondage. Family members. Look at the prophet David and his son Absalom. It wasn't an outsider that became his great enemy. It was someone from his own loins. And when you get into the New Testament and you look at Jesus, you find it wasn't an outsider that betrayed Jesus. It was one of the members of his own circle of disciples. In the history of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Allah says to the Prophet, "Among your wives and your children, there is an enemy for you, so be aware of them." You have not had an enemy till an enemy rises up right out of your own loins. You have not had an enemy until the woman that you sleep with or the man with whom you sleep becomes your mortal enemy. Because those closest to you observe you, learn your weaknesses, and then use your weaknesses with your enemies to help destroy. All of this is written in family. In the history of Prophet Muhammad and the history of Islam, it is hypocrisy among believers that led to the death of the third caliph of Islam, Uthman. It is hypocrisy among the believers that led to the murder of Ali. It is hypocrisy among the believers that led to the murder of Hussein. And wickedness among a family, but a spiritual family, that led to the desire to kill the very bloodline of the prophet. Now, these things are not on the page of history for conjecture, for what was, is. And if we do not deal with what is effectively, it shall be. But I am confident with the help of Almighty God, Allah, that though the nation of Islam in the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, was not able to uproot hypocrisy, and that's why Islam is a divided house today, because there are hypocrites posing as true believers. But today, Allah will manifest all hypocrisy. And every low-lifed family member, whether it be the wife or the husband, whether it be the son or the daughter-in-law or the son-in-law, nobody will escape manifestation today. For the scripture says, whatsoever is done in the dark, he will bring it out into the light. And in this day, God intends to set the mother-in-law at variance with the daughter-in-law, and the son-in-law at variance with the father-in-law, and they of a man's own household will be his worst enemies, and two will be laying in the bed, and God will take one and he will leave one. This is Bible. Two will be grinding at the mill, and God will take one and he will leave one. The Quran says, if your mother or your father, your kinfolk are dearer to you, if business is dearer to you than obedience to Allah and his messenger, then wait till Allah brings his command to pass. You are not really a true believer unless you can turn your back on your mother and your father and your sister and your brother for the sake of God. Listen, I didn't say disrespect your mother. I didn't say disrespect your father. But you are not a Muslim today unless you can recognize hypocrisy in your mother, or in your wife, or in your sons, or in your daughter, and then deal with a hypocrite as a hypocrite should be dealt with, even though they be your near of kin. We like to tolerate the hypocrisy in our families, the wickedness in our families, because that's our family, and become hard on others whom we don't look at as family. But I want to tell you something. God don't care nothing about your bloodline. God will wipe out all kind of bloodlines. God is more interested in the line of faith and the line of spirit. This is why today no Muslim can think because you wear the name of Allah that will keep you preserved. In the Gulf War, many Muslims with the name Muhammad were killed. The world of Islam is in confusion. Why? Because they followed the path of the Prophet? No. Because of deviation from his path. And unless we as Muslims or Christians or believers in God come back to the path of God, we will never be able to correct the wrongs in our own lives and in our families as well as in our communities. Now, so if murder is more likely to take place not between strangers but between friends and relatives and acquaintances or lovers, and males between the ages of 15 and 44 are the most vulnerable of all. Those between 20 and 24 are even more susceptible to be murdered. This is particularly true if these black males live in the South, in a metropolitan center where economic levels are low and housing is substandard. As a victim, the black male is likely to be killed by another black male who is 3 to 4 years younger, and the weapon used is primarily a gun. I'm going to say something about weapons in just a moment. black-on-black homicide will most often pertain to a killing of passion, a spur-of-the-moment episode, yet an act definitely with the intent to kill. This act of murder among the blacks today will be triggered by a quarrel or a dispute over, number one, money, number two, sex, or some third party. And let's think of why we kill each other. Money, sex, or some third party interfering in a relationship. And both parties, it is seen statistically, may have drunk some alcohol just before the violent encounter. The incident can happen at any time, but it has proved that it happens most near Christmas or in July or August. Why Christmas? When Christians are supposed to be celebrating the birthday of a servant, a righteous and holy servant of God, it's more likely that murder will take place during Christmas because they sell more liquor during Christmas than any other time of the year. Something that Christians should be thinking about. Now, a female has a better chance of avoiding a homicide, though being black reduces her life chances. 20% of homicides involve women as victims and offenders. A black female who is a victim of homicide is usually killed by a black male, and the lethal instrument will be the gun, and the place will be in the home. Now just think about that. When the female kills the male, it is usually in the kitchen. When the male kills the female, it is usually in the bedroom. I don't know what that says. But we're going to do a little tidbit of analysis here. Now, everyone in America, according to the Constitution, has the right to bear arms. But where black people are concerned, the Constitution really was not designed for us. And they do not want black people with guns because they feel that at some point you're going to wake up. And when you wake up, you may point the gun in the right direction. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did not want us with any weapons. Not because he wanted us to be defenseless in the face of our oppressor, but he wanted us without weapons because he knew the tendency in us to settle all our disputes with a gun. And since most females are killed in the bedroom, and most males that are killed by females are killed in the kitchen, that means she uses a knife, usually the kitchen knife, the one that you use to carve your turkey. She carves her husband. Usually in the bedroom is where the arguments, those violent male-female arguments take place, and usually we got a gun somewhere in the bedroom. And in passion, you reach for the gun, boom, wife gone, husband gone. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, take all weapons out of your house. Why? So that we could be defenseless? No. So that we could build the intelligence to deal with our problems properly and not rely on a weapon to solve our problem. Most of the people who are in prison today, having killed some friend, some neighbor, some husband or wife, are living in intense regret because they really didn't want to do it, but in anger they did it. And if the weapon were not there, they might not have done it. Now, you know, people have all kind of reasons why they say we do these things. But most of the reasons that the social scientists give are really not adequate. They say it's due to dense population. Overcrowding is the instigating source of homicide. That's a sick answer. We don't agree with that answer. We are disproportionately represented in homicide statistics because we are constrained from expressing our will to be in direct control of the course of our own destiny. It's getting closer to the truth. The black-on-black homicide statistic is a barometer of our oppression here in America. We live in a white-dominated system that on one hand enforces a prohibition against taking out aggression on white people who frustrate and oppress us. You don't take out none of your frustration on white people. None of it. Yet, they are the oppressor. They are the exploiter. But you don't shoot none of them. You don't attack none of them. In fact, the way you've been taught religion, your mind is so messed up till you can hardly see yourself shooting somebody white. But you can see yourself in a second shooting somebody black. In fact, you constantly say, I'll shoot that nigga. I'll kill that nigga. But you don't say, I'll kill that hunky. Or I'll kill that white man. You don't talk like that. Yet 90% of our problems started with oppression and slavery from white people. And it is perpetrated on us by the same white people. Well, but the system rewards, sanctions, and legitimizes black-on-black aggression. You can shoot black people and get bail and be out on the street to shoot somebody else. You know that's a fact. You can aggress black people, beat black people, rob black people, and in a few days, you out on the street doing it some more. But the moment you go out of the norm and shoot a white person, they throw away the key. Rape a white woman, rob white people. This is a dangerous nigga. Keep him off the street for a long time. But if you show that your hatred is aimed at your own people, they will reward you for abusing your people. Now, this is very sad. Now, here's some other problems in this domestic violence. We want to try to wrap it all together. Hopefully, it'll make sense to you. 1 out of every 9 black men is a homosexual. At birth, black males outnumber black females. If you check birth statistics, there are more black boys born than black girls. But by the time we reach 18, the thing switches, and now there are more females than males. What's happening to the black male? as the black male is being systematically destroyed, one black man out of 9 becoming a homosexual is hurting the cause of the advancement of the people. We cannot afford to lose one black man to murder, suicide, prison, or homosexuality. In addition to homicide and suicide, destruction of black males is also affected by drug abuse and disproportionate job loss. Most of the brothers can hardly find a job. So there's some economic problems here that lead to frustration of desire. Brothers, when we get through today, we hope to show us that we are in a very sick mental state. Therefore, we take out our hurt on each other, and particularly on the female and on the children. Now today, sisters, I want to talk to you about how you can keep this man's fist out of your mouth. I know you want to hear that subject. I want to help you, sisters, to understand what you can do for this male who desperately wants to become a man and has all the potential to be a great man. But if you don't know how to handle him, he will live in your mouth like a dentist. And your problem, sisters, is you really don't know how to handle today's black man. I want to help you with that. You got a few minutes? Very good. Now, did you know that at the Robert Taylor homes, the figures reveal that 93% of the households in the Robert Taylor homes are headed by a single parent? 93%. And 83% of those are on welfare. And while the Robert Taylor homes is 0.5% of this city's population, this racially segregated high-rise ghetto accounts for 11% of the city's murders, 9% of the rapes, and 10% of the serious assaults. Now, let's take a look at child abuse and then go right to the causes. When you have black men who don't have jobs, it's very difficult for them to stay in a home that constantly reminds them of their impotence. So they flee the home. And most of you sisters don't have a stable relationship with a male or a man. Many of you were married, had children, divorced, and have babies, but no stable relationship with a male, a man. So men are just abandoning and neglecting their children. That's a form of abuse. Brothers, we make babies, right? But we have a responsibility, don't we? But if you don't have a job, no way to make a dollar, men don't want to stay there and face the fact, I can't hack it, man. So you leave the woman. She can get on welfare. You out of it. You gone. But the sex drive doesn't diminish because you don't have a job. In fact, the sex drive may increase because every avenue of pleasure is closed to you except the avenue that you can control, which is sex. That's terrible. So the more sex you have, the worse you feel about it, because babies are coming, abortion is increasing. Some of the sisters don't really want no baby from none of us. Say, no, I don't want no baby. Not from you or nobody else. So the abortion clinic is full of black women killing their babies. Is that right? You don't call that abuse, child abuse. You don't even call it murder. You just say, I took care of business so I could continue to play. Let's look at this. Most abuse of children in the home is at the hands of females, usually mothers, usually very young. Most of you sisters that have a baby before you mature, you really weren't psychologically ready, emotionally ready for a child, but you got one because sexually you were, how should I put this? I want to say it exactly right. You know, you live in a society where sex is so worshiped that you can't turn on the radio. Sex is in every song, every rap that you young people recite. The lyrics are low down, filthy, terrible. You can't learn your lessons, but you can learn the rap. You can learn the filth. And the way you show how down you are is to say it along with the artist and don't miss a beat, with all the low down expression and the body movement to go along with it. So sex is being fed into the young men and young women, and their natural drive is being increased to the point where they have no more control over their own bodies. Oh, it's a hell of a thing. You can't tell these young girls and boys we shouldn't commit fornication. You can't tell that to grown men and women. Don't say we shouldn't commit adultery. That is the law. Satan has gone under the law of Moses and Jesus and Muhammad and has tapped the very law of nature itself. I want you to listen to me. Muslims, when Satan said to Allah, I'm going to come after them in thy straight path, I'll come to them from before them, from behind them, from their left side and from their right side, and you won't find most of them thankful. I'll make all of them deviate. Look, The law of God is right. We shouldn't commit fornication. We shouldn't commit adultery. These are acts that destroy family, destroys the peace of homes, and it breaks the brotherhood. Huh? But when you live in a society that constantly is feeding the sex drive, and then there's no monitoring male-female relations, people fall in love and you leave them alone without chaperone, without supervision, then the law of nature subverts the law of you shouldn't commit fornication. You all not watching your children. You're too busy watching soaps. You all not watching your young people. You're too busy pursuing a living. And you think your youngsters are watching themselves? I expose myself to some of these raps. And to some of the stuff that's on the radio today. I tell you what it made me want to do. I got so angry. I just want to grab the rapper and rip out his throat. But I know it's not his fault. He's just following the trend. You have become human swine. Let me just get it right to you. Just human pigs. Yeah, a female swine and a male swine. Yeah. You're lovers of filth and indecency. You don't have a nose, sisters. You have a snout like a swine. No, I want you to listen to me. Don't get upset, Piggly Wiggly. You sisters and brothers too, you got your nose sniffing around looking for garbage. Filth that you can use to slander, defame. Huh? Garbage gossipers, slanderers, defamers. Young men, what's the latest? What's happening? You don't want to hear nothing of value, nothing of truth, nothing of righteousness, nothing uplifting. You want the garbage because you have become a swine. I want you to hear me now. Human pigs. And God hates the pig. What do you think God thinks of human beings who act like a hated animal? A swine. My son, one day, a great comedian visited my home, and we had dinner, and he invited me to his show. My son was trying to tell me, Daddy, don't go. But I said, well, let me see what the show is like. I got in the limousine and we drove on over to this big stadium that basketball teams play in. Place was packed. And my little brother got up to do his act. And it was kind of raunchy. Not kind of raunchy. It was pretty rough. I stopped looking at him. I started looking at the people. Because this was not funny to me. As I started looking at women, That's what I'm talking about, sisters, you. They were eating up the filth. I said, well, look at this. I said, the lower down he went, the more they loved it. Just, can't you see what's happening to you? You're being made nothing. When somebody feeds you filth and you love it, and Jesus said, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Then what have we become? We abandon our children. Physical assault going on. Sexual assault is probably in this audience of women less than 100 who can say that they've come this far in life and they haven't been abused by a father, an uncle, a brother, somebody in their own immediate family that they look to with honor and respect. Probably hardly 100 sisters who can say, I have not been abused. That's pretty rough. And on my last tour, as I spoke around this country to thousands and thousands of people, when I mentioned abuse of girls by their fathers, you could see the women, tears started running down their cheeks, because they can't hardly tell their own mothers what their own fathers are doing, because the mothers don't want to hear it. So they suffer in silence. And as I spoke, you could see the tears rolling down their cheek. They're saying, somebody understands my suffering. Now, most often, the males who are abusive to the children are not biologically related to the children, but are in a relationship with the female head of the household. If the male lives there, it is usually temporary. His presence is then followed by a period of time where there is no male presence. Then a different male is brought into the home. Now look at what you're doing, sisters. This cycle creates confusion among the children as to the authority in the home, and it creates resentment as well. Do you know what it does to a male child to hear his mother carrying on in the next room with a strange man that is not his father? Do you know what you're doing? You don't care no more. We have become so much like animals that we will bring a man into the home knowing that your children are there, and you'll put the children to look at the TV while you go in the next room. Performing acts with strangers. The poor man has no job, so you invite him to live with you. But all the while he's living with you, he'll abuse your male children and keep his eye on your growing daughters. Did you know that young male children are actually ordered out of the home at a young age, even 8 or 9 years old? Some of these men that you take up as lovers, they can't stand your sons from a previous marriage, so they'll order your son out of the house, and you will put your son out because you want the love and affection of this man. and your son is in the street at 8 or 9 years old, he don't have no peace in that house, because when he comes, he sees his mother in a degraded condition. Some of these young boys and girls see their mother and father, or the mother and the lover, cutting up drugs and cocaine in the kitchen. Sisters, brothers, this is not make-believe. This is real. This is happening. Some of you are so silly, you'll smoke your reefer and blow the reefer in the face of your children. Some of you are so silly, you'll pour a drink for yourself and give one to your little children. You don't know what alcohol is doing to you, what reefer and cigarette is doing to you, but you do it to your children, because your ignorance and death you pass on to your children. Very often a child is assaulted or killed merely because he or she is present at the outbreak of violence between the male and female adults. Man. In other words, black children are in an environment where they have no one with the desire and the power to protect them. In a recent article in the paper, a Chicago man was charged late Monday with killing his girlfriend and her 2 children and setting their bodies on fire in their South Side home. This is really sick. The lady's name is Wanda Gardner, and the man stabbed her twice in the chest at her home on South Damon Avenue. Gardner's 2 children, Bathsheba, 14, a student at Hirsch High School, and Quentin, 11, a student at St. Callistus Grammar School, was strangled to death. Then this man set the house on fire, burned the bodies. Now look, I'm just about ready to go after causes, and then we can close this out. But beloved brothers and sisters, a black man was found recently frying his 3-month-old baby in a skillet because she wouldn't stop crying. Today, if you chastise your children, the neighbors call, they come and they snatch your children from you. So we got all these problems, our babies in foster homes, our babies on the state because somebody said we were abusive. And then that means that those of us who want to discipline our children and discipline them properly, we get afraid to discipline your own children for fear that somebody's going to charge you with child abuse. It was an elderly West Indian lady who was a dear friend of my mother. She was not a well-educated woman, but she was brilliant. And she put all her children through college. She was beating her child one day, and the neighbors called the police. And when the police came, she invited them in. The boy was hiding under the bed. And in her beautiful West Indian accent, she said, "Are you Irish?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Did your mother beat you?" He said, "Yes." "And did your father beat you too?" He said, "Yes." "Mm-hmm. Well, I beaten mine." She said, "I beaten mine so that you one day won't have to put that stick on him or put that gun on him." So if you don't mind, you can stand right there while I break your ass. She went up under the bed and snatched that boy out and beat him good, and then told the policeman, "Now, you go tell your mother and your father that a black woman is chastising her children to make them better. Now, the point I'm making is, if you're a man, and you are that, you and I cannot let anybody take away our right as a man. If you're a man and you have the capacity to father, today we want to show you, brother, that you can not only make children, but you can make money in a proper way to support your children. You do not have to abandon them and leave your wives alone to rear the children by herself. How did all this madness come about? What's the cause of it? Y'all all right? Keep me up on the time. I don't want to be too late. Did you know, sisters, that it's not just overcrowding in slums that has something to do with it? It's not just poverty and the loss of jobs with men that has something to do with it. But it's a very deep problem that deals with the nature of the male and the female. And this is where this book, Quran, is so significant. Because this book, Quran, is the key to unlock the mystery of nature. I'm going to say that again. This book, Quran, is the key to unlock the mystery of nature. This book, Quran, does not contain all of the words of God. For this book says, if all of the seas were as ink, with 7 more seas added to them, and all of the trees were as pens, you could never exhaust the words of Allah. Allah says in the Quran, everything that He created is a word. And there are things that you know of that He created, and there's a whole world of things that He created that we know nothing of. Huh? So this book, Quran, doesn't contain all the words of Allah, but what it does contain is the key to the nature of God, the nature of His creation. Now, what is the nature of woman? What is the nature of man? And why did God create male and female? What did He have in His mind? And how has Satan altered the plan of God for male and female? And how has Satan altered the plan of God for male and female? In the 4th chapter of the Quran, titled The Women, Allah says, O people, keep your duty to your Lord, who created you from a single being and created its mate of the same essence or the same kind, and spread from these two many men and women. Keep your duty to Allah, by whom you demand one of another your rights. Let's stop right there. First of all, our duty number 1 is to the Creator. He's first, foremost in all duty, above mother, above father, above friend, our duty is to our Creator. Who will argue with that? Anybody? Can you show me a prophet or servant of God that you respect that didn't put duty to God above duty to anybody else? You love Jesus, right? Huh? Was Jesus a dutiful man to his Father? Isn't that the way he described God, as his Father? Was he dutiful to his Father? His Father came first. He had brothers and sisters. Did you know that? You didn't know it? Well, go read the 10th chapter of Mark. A man came to Jesus and said, your mother and your brothers are outside and they desire to speak with you. Jesus said, my mother and my brothers are in the temple with me. And in another place he said, my brother is he who doeth the will of my Father. So he was telling us that even though that's my mother, if she's not in this with me, I will honor her as a mother, but my real mother is on the inside here with me. My real brother is in submission to the will of God with me. You can't, brother, you cannot today keep friendship with those who refuse to submit to God. If you say this is my best friend and your best friend don't want to submit to God, and that's your best friend, and you stay with them, then you yourself don't want to submit to God. Because you cannot have as your best friend somebody that don't respect God or his will. You didn't hear me. You know that old saying, birds of a feather flock together? Well, if your best friend is a disbeliever, then you one too. Because your best friend as a believer in God has to be another believer in the God that you believe in. The Quran says, those of you who take friends of those who are outside of faith have strayed from the straight path. Yeah. Then it says, Allah, the messenger, and the true believers are your friends. Isn't that something? Well, brothers and sisters, where are we going with this? If, brothers and sisters, God had a purpose for the creation of male and female, and he gave each of us a duty not only to him, but a duty to one another. Then he gave us a nature that demands from the nature of our counterpart what it is to give. And when that counterpart does not give what nature demands, then there can be no peace between them. And if you don't even know what your nature demands, but you know you're upset with a man, but you don't know even why you're upset, and you all talk about women terribly. Men get together in barbershops. Their favorite subject is the no good woman. They get together in the mosques where the women aren't around, and their favorite subject is that jive woman. But the women are no better. You get together, and what is your conversation?
my husband, he ain't this. Or that man, that's so-and-so. I'm just sick of him. Blah, 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 blah. And after you get through puking, you go right back to the same man, to the same woman, wipe your mouth of your puke, put a little claret in it so he won't smell it, or she won't smell it, and then that night when the lights go out, everybody gets happy for a minute. And then it's back to business as usual. People married to each other and can't stand one another, but they stay together for the sake of the children. Liars, hypocrites, walk out in the company, in the public, holding hands with each other, and won't talk to each other behind the door. He comes home, if he's working, and if he's working in this world, and if he ain't working, when he comes home, his head is messed up. How do you greet him? Yeah, come on in. It's you, huh? You kind of late. Where you been? Poor man just got in the door. You ain't beautiful for him, you ugly. Your hair look like it's going every which way. You got on an old tired shirt. Maybe some of the drool from this morning is still. I know it's not that bad, sisters. I know it's not that bad. But you look a wreck. That's my point. He got to come home to a wreck. You wonder why he don't want to come home. Do you know why prostitution is a big business? Let me tell you. Not that I'm experienced. But you know, prostitution is getting to be heavy, big money. Prostitutes get the money that your children should be getting. Prostitutes getting the money, sisters, that you should be getting. The rent is not paid, but the prostitute is. No diapers for the baby, but there's plenty of lingerie for the prostitute. You know why? This man is in need of what God has put in you for him. But he, in his condition, does not know how to get it out of you. So just to live with you is a great trial for him. And for you too. There's no question about that now. But I'm dealing with domestic violence because unless you can deal effectively with this man's head, you can't handle this. This man will kill you today. He's a time bomb ready to explode every one of us. The level of stress on a black man is abnormal. He is so stressed out, sister. He don't want to abuse you. But when you jump on his case, you know how you do with your mouth. He feels he just can't take it no more. And all his frustration he takes out on you and the children. What is the demand of nature in the man of you? And what is the demand in the nature of the woman for the man? Did you know that in the Quran it says men are the maintainers of women with what Allah has made some of them to excel others, and with what they spend out of their wealth. Men are the maintainers of women. That's a very heavy statement. Women today say, I don't need no man to maintain me. I maintain myself. Very independent sisters today. But in some respects that's bad, in other respects it's good. But when we start getting away from the nature in which God created us, we start getting into problems. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Allah says in the Quran that men are a degree above women. Now that may hurt feminists. I don't want to hurt your feelings. We're not a degree above you now. We're several degrees below you. Let me make that very plain. But in the nature in which God created you, brother, he created you a degree above the woman. Otherwise, the woman would not be able to look up to you. Anytime you got a woman that don't look up to you, brother, you got trouble. And anytime you're a man that she don't have nothing to look up to, you got some trouble. Now listen, please. This is serious. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that the self-creation of the originator out of darkness is a very painful process. Birth is a painful process. Not just pain to the woman, but it's pain to the child that is forming in the womb and coming through that canal. That's painful. So when the baby gets here, the first thing it needs is some comfort. So it cries, I'm here now. Ah! What you crying for? It was a hard journey getting here. Will you comfort me? And you put the baby where? On your breast. And you console it and you comfort it. That's so beautiful. But let me tell you something. God created man. Now I'm speaking Bible. In his image. The Quran says that God made man his vicegerent, which means you stand in the place of God. Stop right there. This woman is created to console a man. The Quran said that she is made to console the man. She is created that we may find peace and quiet of mind in her. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it like this: woman is man's heaven. No wonder we're in hell. Because we don't know what to do for and with a woman. Listen carefully. Allah says He is the source of peace. He is the abode of peace. And the greatest heaven is peace and contentment of mind. Then God gives you a woman to give you peace and contentment of mind, but you don't know how to handle her. Therefore, we end up what? With no peace, no contentment of mind. We in constant hell with our woman because we don't know how to bring out of her what is in her nature for us. And let me tell you something, brothers. There's not a woman on this earth that doesn't wish to give what nature has put within her to give. However, we must give first in order to get. You ever see a man go to a well? He drops his bucket down, he don't get nothing? Because he has to prime it first. You got to put something in order to get something out. And if you know what to put in here, you get out what God put in her for us. Let's see if this is true. The Quran says, men are the maintainers of women. What does maintenance mean here? To keep in existence or continuance. That's very heavy. It is a man's job to keep the woman in existence and in continuance. It is his duty to preserve her. It is his duty to keep her in due condition. It is his duty to keep her in operation and in force in the nature in which God created her to be. Oh man, that's a heavy responsibility. This is not dealing with money now, it's dealing with her head. It's dealing with her essence. It is dealing with her nature. You always want to deal with her from the navel down. You don't want to deal with her from the neck up. And brothers, she resents that. A woman resents a man only looking at her as an object of pleasure when God created her as a very serious manifestation of his own wisdom. Yeah. I hope you'll bear with me a few more minutes. Men are the maintainers of women. To maintain means to keep unimpaired. We are to keep her in the nature in which God created her. We are to keep her in a specified state. Who specified the state that she should be kept in? Who but her creator? And what is that state that she should be kept in? I'm going to give it to you really. I mean, it's so simple I could say it in a word, but I didn't come here just to give a word. I really wanted to finish this. A man's duty is to keep or hold her against attack. And the last thing in maintenance is to provide for her upkeep and to carry the expenses of the woman. See, the money part got to be there. Don't ever think that you're going to have a good relationship with a woman if you can't keep up some expenses.
But at the same time, sister, in today's world where the man has to struggle so much for what little he gets, you have to keep your desires in line with what this man is able to afford, lest your desires drive him to do the wrong thing just to please you. Are you with me? Y'all all right? Now let's look at this. If that is our duty as a man, have we done it? I didn't hear you. Why are you talking so soft? Because you're not guilty. You're not guilty. No, sir, brothers, you're not guilty. You would have kept her if you had been left alone. But Satan has altered your nature. Now you have to take control again. It is not that you're guilty. If you're guilty today of being lazy to take control after you know better. No, brothers, you are not guilty. Sisters, they are not guilty. I'll tell you why in a minute. If a man's duty is to preserve and protect you and to upkeep you and to keep you in the specified state that God has made for you, this is why men fight over women. But you fight over her for the wrong reason. A man should die before he let a stranger contaminate his woman. A man should kill. You didn't hear me, brothers. I'll say it again, brother. We ought to be #1 killers on the earth to keep any man away from our woman. Yes. When I was coming back from Iraq, before the war broke out, there was an African brother that I met in Baghdad. I met him once in Washington, D.C. He's a very wealthy black man. But he said to me, Brother Farrakhan, I would like to come back to the United States, but I would like to be a citizen and get a green card. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering, do you know any women or woman that I could take up with? In other words, we make an arrangement. My son is my witness. I said, brother, I will kill you. And he's a black man like myself. Well, you know what the hell I'll do to somebody else? He's my brother, but I'll chop his damn head off over this. Yeah, brother, I want you to hear me well, because we will kill you over these. Any of you that want protection, you come here. Yeah, we'll kill concrete over you. Do you know why? A man is not worth anything if he will not protect the woman that gives birth to his own nation. You're not guilty, brothers. You are a conquered male. And when the white man comes into our society and he goes to war with the men of that society that he may have free access to your woman.
And he has gone to war with us and conquered us as men. And therefore we could not be to her what God demanded of us to be until we are made free of the mind and the power of our enemies that control and dominate our thinking. We have to be freed mentally, and that's why Jesus said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." And once you are a free black man, then the thing you have to do is then free your woman and your children and become the man to her that God demands of you and me. What does God demand of us? God does not demand that we picket white people to build us a school. God don't demand for us as men to pick up a picket sign and go downtown and say, "We want justice." If we are men, we'll get our heads together and take justice. We'll give ourselves justice. God does not ask a man to ask another man for freedom. God gives us the right to be free, and any man that want to be free, he'll earn his freedom by his own blood and sweat. In the black male is that potential. All of you wonderful brothers, is not one of you that is a dud, if you pardon that expression. Every one of you is potentially powerful. But you have to stop destroying yourself and one another, and you have to come into the knowledge that will allow you to be what God has created you to be. You can't be it without knowledge. Y'all all right? I'm almost finished. Now you, sisters, when we build for you, it's our duty to build schools for her and the children. She's an intelligent, talented woman. I don't think we should be happy that our women are downtown in white folks' office buildings. As a man, I don't think we should be happy about that. I mean, we should be glad she got a job. You understand that, sisters? But we don't like no white man looking at you, or any other man for that matter, and you going to work for him, smiling at him because he giving you a job, and frowning at us because we can't produce what I don't have in it. And then he's telling you these dirty jokes and hitting on you in his office building. We don't like that. As a man, brother, that chumps us off. But if we are the men that we believe we are, we establish schools. We say, okay, bring our children in there. Come on, teachers. Here's a job for you. Teach your babies. We as men set up factories. Sister got enough intelligence to run it. She's going to school. Then run your own factory. Let's create an environment in which our women can be protected. And in that environment, we crush our own men if they don't respect our own women. You ain't had a whooping until you get a righteous whipping from your brother who's trying to straighten you out when you disrespect her. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told me, and I'm going to say it straight like he said it. Some brother saw the sisters walking in this white garment and disrespected her. And the brothers beat him up. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when he heard the news, he said, you should have killed him. But listen, listen, listen. When you take his life over a woman that is virtuous, you did the right thing. Because a righteous woman is more valuable than silver and gold, brother. A virtuous woman, or a woman that has lived an unclean life but has decided to clean up herself, to get her life together, that's a woman worth dying for. And that's a woman worth killing over. I want you to hear me well, because I'm advocating this. Yes, go ahead. Yes, sir. The women have to know that we love them, that we care about them, that we feel their hurt and their pain and their degradation, and we intend to do something about it. When they know it, they begin to respond to us differently, brothers. Then the nature of her that God gave her to console us. Oh man, it's worth fighting for. Look, let me see what he put in the woman. Look at the Quran. He says to the woman, she is the consoler of the man. She is to give him peace and quiet of mind. If he just would be her maintenance, if he would maintain her properly, she will give this to you. You don't even have to ask for it. Just be who God made you to be, and it'll just come up out of her. What is in her? The desire to alleviate or lessen pain and grief for that man. And when we live in a world like this, brother, we're in a lot of pain. And you don't need to take Tylenol. You don't need to take Coke or morphine. Here she is. This is your painkiller right here. To console means to lessen sorrow or disappointment, to give solace or comfort, to cheer you up. What man in here doesn't need to be cheered up? But not cheered up because you're doing nothing. Cheered up because you're struggling to do something. And when you got a man that's struggling to do something, sister, then you got to know how to handle that man. Now I'm coming to you. Give me that hand, Mike. I want to walk a little bit here. Where is it? Sisters, you don't mind if I talk to you? When a man comes home from working out there in this crazy world, you got to be comfortable for him and good for him to look at. Now you know how he fell in love with you? You know what you look like? Can you remember? You got to try to keep yourself like that.
Many of you sisters who were so beautiful in your youth. Now, all of us as we get older, we're not as, as we were when we were young. I mean, that's the natural consequence of getting older. But we don't have to be totally out of it. When a man looks at you, in his mind he remembers you the way you were. He knows there are going to be changes, but if the change becomes too drastic, and then you produce daughters that look just like you used to look, and you find him spending time with his daughters and less time with his wife. Have you thought about it? Think about it. When a man goes out to work, you want him to come home to you. In fact, while he's on the job, you want him thinking, I just can't wait for this job to be over. I can get home. And the way to do that, sisters, is when he goes out to work, don't settle down in front of the TV looking at no soaps. This is wasting your time. There's something in the nature of a man that even though he ain't clean, he likes a clean house. Yeah? Something in the nature of a man. He likes order, even if he's confused. So, when he comes home, I know, like my sister in Detroit, Aretha, said, all you want is a little respect. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. But if that man is working for you, then you have to do something to help him through. And the way you keep him in your house, keep yourself up. You see how that white woman is in the health club? My wife and I were down in the Caribbean a week or so ago, and we went to this resort hotel, and we saw an old white woman. And they were showing us around the resort, and when we went in the health club, this old white woman was up in there working out. She wanted to get her body tight. So somebody could wrap that body tight, I guess. Oh boy. That white woman was working. But sometimes you get the thought that nobody loves you. You get the thought that nobody cares, and probably they don't. But you should care. You should care about your health and your well-being and the way you appear to yourself. True? Now, when that man comes home, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, you should really make yourself beautiful for him. What does it take to put a curl in the hair? Just do something. What does it take to put on a little perfume and smell nice and look nice? So that when the man breaks the door, you are desired. Now, if he comes in and you've done all of that and you see him with a big frown on his face, don't get uptight. Something is on his screen, you know, in a computer. When somebody writes on the screen,
You better read it. See what's written on his screen when he come in the door. Don't say, oh baby, I've been waiting for you. I got this fine meal all cooked, baby. Can you smell it? It's your favorite food. And you see him frowning. Then you change. You're not a good doctor. You got to watch your husband. What's on your mind? Because it's not sex. It's what's on his mind. That you got to clear the screen before you can write something else on the page. But if you don't know how to deal with his head, you lost him to the prostitute. She know how to deal with him. Hello, darling. She's smelling all sweet, acting all feminine, you know. And what she's trying to do is make her a regular customer. So that every Friday when he gets paid, before he sees you, he'll see her. And you know what he's going there for? Some comfort, some consolation, some peace and contentment of mind that he could have gotten at home if you took time to analyze what's wrong with his mind. And that's what you got to deal with today. If you want abuse to stop in the house, then you got to become a small psychologist, even psychiatrist. And you don't need to go to no psychology course from Jung or what's that other boy? Freud and the other frauds. All you need to do is just deal with his head. You got to ask questions like a doctor. How are you, sweetheart? He make grunt. Don't get uptight. You know he had a hard day. Now you got to find a way to get in. But you ought to ask questions. You are much more subtle. You know how to use subtleties. Why not use it for good? How was your day, sweetheart? It was rough. Rough. You got to get him to talk about what happened. This is long before what you got in your mind is to take effect. I ain't got to say no more, right? If you handle his mind properly, I guarantee you there'll be less of this. Any man that is a man does not want to beat a woman. But sometimes, sisters, your mouth is so devastating. If he's not in control and he walks out, the poor man may hit you one blow and literally kill you, or cause you to go in the kitchen and get your turkey carver and start carving him. Sisters, what's demanded of you today, if you want success with a man, you have to deal with his mind. And this man here right now, he's a powder keg. Let me tell you why. Nature made every one of these brothers a potential producer. He's made to take the place of God. God wills and brings into existence what he wills. This man can only desire, but he lacks the power to bring into existence
what he desires, so already he's frustrated. He knows he's in authority over you, but he cannot establish his authority because he doesn't have the knowledge that would enable him to govern and to manage the affairs of his own house. That makes him more frustrated. He calls the dog, and the dog won't come. He speaks to the children, and they turn their back on him. He's beat down at every turn. And the last beating that he can take is the beating that comes from you. He can't lash out at the world. He don't know how. Because the people that are messing him up are in high places. He never gets to them. He sees the cop on the corner with the stick and the gun. He don't know the people up top that are pulling the strings that keep him crushed. So he strikes out at the first line of offense, and that's usually his wife, his mother, his children, his friends, his companions. We're in bad shape. We need your help, sisters. And I'll tell you frankly, that's why I thank Allah every day of my life for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I want to say this to my wonderful Muslim brothers who are here. Elijah Muhammad took our women and put them in a class called the MGT and GCC class, because no one of us as men knew what to do with her. Since she's the woman of God from the very beginning, then God has to cause her to submit to him again. Then he will begin to shape her life that she will be a consoler of us. I was not the man to make my wife console me. I just didn't have the knowledge. But I came to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad with my wife. And that's the best way to come. Bring your wife with you. And she heard the message and accepted it before I did. And when I looked, she was going to the back to get her form. And I followed. She recognized truth. I'm glad she did. Because when they put her in the class, they taught her how to cook. They taught her how to sew. I was a poor man. I could not afford to take her to no Bonwood Teller, Saks Fifth Avenue, or the 5 and 10 cent store. But with the little money that I made, she went and bought beautiful fabric, and she took patterns and made herself garments and made herself beautiful, because in the class she could take nothing and make something out of it, because she learned how to sew. When I came home, there was no pig on my table for me to eat. No bad food on my table, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught her what foods to eat and how to prepare it, that even though I was poor, I could be in good health. Because she respected him, he made her obey the law of God. So even though I wasn't quite the man that I should have been or could have been, she was not going to run out with another man. She was going to help me to become a man. And in truth, today, my wife will do anything within reason to comfort and console her husband. And I don't really have to ask. I thank Allah for making her like that. You know? And there's nothing that she wants within reason. If I can afford to give it to her, she got it. Why? Why is that? She gave me 9 children. That's a heck of a thing to do. One is bad enough, but when somebody gives you 9, and it got rough, because, you know, we didn't believe in no birth control. But brothers, let me tell you something. A woman needs a break. In between babies, a woman needs a break. And when a woman starts having babies, one right behind another, believe me, it is affecting her mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and it's not good for her, it's not good for the children. Really, it just isn't. And there's no sense in one person trying to populate the world by themselves, you know. Give something for somebody else to do, you know. But after giving me 9 children, then of course life has gone by. But all the children are grown now. Now she got a life in front of her. When you have children, it's difficult to develop all of your talents because you have to sacrifice for your children. But when you have done your duty by your children, then you must develop yourself as a woman. Develop your intellect, develop your talents and your skills, and then give your skills to the building of a nation in which you and your children and your grandchildren can have peace, freedom, justice, and equality. So, I think I'll put a pin in this subject at this point. And if it is the will of Allah, I'll be back out on Wednesday to continue this. So let me close, and I don't want you to move, I just want you to bear with me. Let me close by saying, sisters, we have to stop the violence in the homes. We have to stop the man's violence against the female, and a lot of it you can prevent by being wise with the way you use your tongue. Please, sisters, those of you that have husbands, don't push them beyond what they can take. Please don't do that. Don't be selfish women. Any man that's a Muslim that is involved in this work, I'm speaking now for these brothers that are with me. We're not here to build no church. We are here to build a nation. We don't want integration in the white man's world. We want to build an independent nation for our people. That demands sacrifice. If a man is willing to sacrifice to build a nation, what kind of wife should he have? Do you think the white man could build this nation stuck up under his woman all day long? Do you think that the early pioneers that caused this nation to be stolen from the Indians, do you think they would have stolen from the Indians if they were sitting in their log cabins holding their woman's hand? She had a duty in that cabin,
And that man had to get his musket and go out, and some days he'd be gone days and nights, but he'd come back with the fur over his shoulder. He had trapped some rabbits and whatnot. Then the woman could cook something. She loved that man. He went off fighting Indians. If he got back successful, what was she telling her children? There go your father. Ain't never home. I'm just sick of that man. Some of you breed disrespect into your children by the way you handle your husband. Don't you know a man that will work for you, let the man work? Let him work. Let him sacrifice. Help him to sacrifice, because the sacrifices that we make today to build a nation will free up you and your children and your children's children tomorrow. So don't be nagging him as long as he's doing his duty. Don't be so selfish that you want all his attention. I know I'm getting in deep water, but sisters, don't do that. First of all, you can't compete with God. And second of all, you shouldn't even try. God has the greatest demand on any man's life. And when a man is going to sacrifice to build something in the name of God for his wife and children and his people, encourage him. And when he comes home, make it pleasant for him. On Wednesday night, I will tell the brothers more on how we should act to bring the best out of the sisters. Because today we're dealing with domestic violence, and really in truth she's brutalizing the children because she's so frustrated. She's the most unhappy woman that there is. A very unhappy woman, the black woman. And the children that you have, they come up under your unhappiness, and you are brutalizing them and really mistreating these wonderful creatures of God, your children. So we got to ease up all of this stress and tension so we can make life better for one another. I hope that there's something that I've said today that has been helpful to you. And I thank you for coming, and I thank you for listening as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum.
It was not easy for the white man to build America. It was not easy for him to defeat our red brothers. And don't believe the hype. They didn't just walk in and blow away all the Indians. They lost the first 2 wars against the red man. The red man destroyed many of these Caucasians and left them hanging from trees, but they don't teach you that history. They don't want you to know how aggressively our red brothers fought against this beast for years and years. They had to subdue them and lie and trick them. It's not easy. There's a group of people in America known as the Mormons. How many of you have heard of the Mormons? Did you know that the Mormons believe that they received revelation? Their man received revelation right here in North America. They believed that there was a great conflict between a dark people and a light people, and that the Indians were the descendants of this dark people. and that the Mormons' duty was to come and to reestablish the rule of the lighter people. How many of you knew that? Well, you know that the Mormons are a very strong religious community in America, aren't they? When was the last time you heard them called nuts? You don't. We have to think. We have to break the hold of this mass consciousness on us, brothers and sisters, so we can rise up and accept the true knowledge of God. The Mormons right here in Illinois, when they went out to Utah, they didn't take covered wagons. They didn't have covered wagons. They didn't have horses. You know how they got from here to Utah? They built 6-foot wagons, hand carts, and they pulled these hand carts all the way across America to Utah. It takes work to build a nation, brothers and sisters. It takes hard work. It takes wrenching work and sacrifice to build a nation. But that's the only way we're going to get out of this situation. We have an example today of a man who has endured such sacrifice, who has paved the road for us to follow. And tonight, we will hear from our brother. Let us receive his words into our heart. Don't throw up your defense mechanisms. Forget about what Walter Cronkite and Ted Koppel said. Let your old English teacher go. Let all that history that they lied to you about, let it all go and accept what you hear from our brother, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. I would like to, at this time, brothers and sisters, present to you our sister, the wife of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, a nurturer of the nation, a mother of the believers. Let us receive her with the respect and the honor that is due to her. I greet you in the greeting words of peace as I bring before you our beloved sister, Tanya Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. All praise is due to Allah alone, the Lord of all the worlds, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And we, the black people in America, will never be able to thank Almighty God, Allah, enough for His sending and raising in our midst a divine leader, teacher, guide, and the exalted Christ that the world has been looking for in the person of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we thank both Allah and the honorable Elijah Muhammad for raising in our midst our brother, Minister Louis Farrakhan, who is standing in the position and standing in the place of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for a brief period of time. Let me explain what I mean. We came out tonight to hear the words of our leader and teacher, Minister Louis Farrakhan. And the subject that he's going to be dealing with tonight is a continuation of Sunday's lecture on domestic violence. Many of us here in this auditorium this evening have perhaps been the victim of some kind of domestic violence, whether it be on the women's side or whether it be on our brother's side. This issue is one of the most important issues that is facing all of us here in America today. This morning when I awakened, I had this verse that came to me very, very strongly from the Holy Quran. And it was the tree of Zakkum. Now the tree of Zakkum is mentioned in the Holy Quran. It is mentioned in the 37th surah entitled, Those Ranging in Ranks. And when it speaks of the tree of Zakkum, it speaks of a tree that grows in the bottom of hell. And that this tree that grows in the bottom of hell produces, as it were, the heads of serpents. Now, where do we get a comparison or a parallel to this tree of Zachem in the Bible? We read in Genesis in the 2nd chapter that there was a garden called the Garden of Eden. And the first domestic violence that we have in our record of history of the last 4,000 or 6,000 years took place in the Garden of Eden. That act of violence was performed by what we call Satan or the serpent. Is that right? The serpent was attached to a tree. And God had already warned both Adam and Eve in the garden not to partake of a particular tree in the garden that contained the knowledge of good and evil. But they were told that they could eat freely of all of the other herbs and the plants and the fruit of the trees in the garden. So what has happened, brothers and sisters, whether we look at it from the Holy Quran or whether we look at this story from the Bible, we are the victims of a 6,000-year history that began with Satan and the tempting of the woman and then the fall of man, until today we have come to the actual brink of total annihilation and destruction. Not only are we facing a domestic violence in our homes and in the streets, but we should ask the question, what are the circumstances and the conditions that are irritating and agitating this condition even more? If you look out around you today, we are breathing an atmosphere that is so polluted that within the next decade or the few years that are left of this 20th century, we will lose a large percentage of our people due to the pollutions of the air that we are breathing.
That's right.
We will also lose a large proportion of our people because they do not know the proper foods to eat. We will lose a large proportion of our people because the waters are polluted. The drinking water is polluted. The water that we buy that we think is purified in the bottles. They are now telling us that that water could be more polluted than the water that's coming out of the taps.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
Now look at the recent story in the White House. A group of specialists, doctors, are trying to examine what could be the causes that has produced this strain extraordinaire, not only with the president and his wife, but his dog. How about that? His dog is supposed to have lupus.
That's right.
Okay? So they're all debilitated and actually falling apart because they believe that the source of this virus or strain that has affected the White House and the president, his wife, and their dog has to do with the drinking water. Now, who is it, brothers and sisters, who has taught us how to eat to live? I ask a question. Elijah Muhammad. Who is it, brothers and sisters, that taught us the proper foods to eat? Who taught us how to raise and respect our women? And who is it, brothers and sisters, that taught us to be family again? To love one another and to respect one another and to come together in unity. Have we obeyed him? And what is the result? We are suffering the consequences that we have wrought by our disobedience and our disrespect of that great man who was among us for more than 40 years. And now, brothers and sisters, we are repeating history again Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad prayed that if Minister Louis Farrakhan ever went back, that means back out of the nation of Islam, or was found other than himself, that he prayed that Almighty God Allah would go after him himself and bring him back. Is this what we have seen taking place? Is not Minister Louis Farrakhan standing on the post that Almighty Allah appointed for him? And how are we treating the leadership of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan? Did you know, brothers and sisters, that during these last 13, 14 years, he has been gradually losing the strength to be able to physically deal with the enormous amount of traveling that he has done throughout America to try to awaken our poor brothers and sisters. And he says, I'm not an entertainer. He says, I'm not out there for a big show. That's right. He says, I go and I get thousands and thousands of people. Yeah, that's right, Brother Minister. Go ahead, teach us, Brother Minister. But when it comes to putting those principles into action, then we all fail. So all of the viruses that are out here and in here, okay? All of the evil that is spread near and far, if we are not careful, we will fall victim to this devil's civilization, no matter if we're dressed in a white dress or in blue jeans. Do you understand? The subtleties of Satan are so great that the manifestation of the hypocrites and the disbelievers is going on among us. And we cannot judge a person just by looking at the way they dress. Because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad set the record straight. He said, whether you wear a long white dress or a short dress, Allah is not looking at how you are dressed, but He is looking into your heart. And then he pointed out in 1974 in his last Savior's Day address that there were angels that were with him. And when he pointed them out, he said they are here to see whether or not you are a believer at heart. So now going back to where I began, Surah 37, the tree of Zakum, producing foul serpent heads. It says in the footnote of Maulana Muhammad Ali that these leaves were like a pungent, undesirable, foul, filthy tasting food that Allah describes that would be the food of the hypocrites and the disbelievers in hell. Brothers and sisters, where are we? Are we catching hell?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we going to do about it? Are we going to just remain on the outside of this house, the only sign of light, the only sign of life, the only sign of divine unity? We need your help, brothers, not just to come, to sit, to listen to a lecture, to say, yes, that's wonderful, and then go back outside and join the masses of our people that are dying out there in the streets. But we have to pick up the role of responsibility, and we have to quicken the pace so that we also become helpers in the cause of Islam. Because you are Muslims, brothers, whether you know it or not. You were born in the very nature of an humble and submissive person to the will of Almighty God Allah. If it were not so, we could not have endured slavery for now 436 years. Now, we are the warriors of Muhammad, and we must take the proper stand, because this government is going to be shaken to its knees. And as it is being shaken to its knees, they are going to try to come after us with everything that they have got to try to destroy us. They are going to try to get us in the water. They're going to try to get us in the food. They are putting things out there in the environment to help and aid in the pollution that is going on. And finally, as I close, those ranging in ranks contains, if you count the English letters, exactly 19 letters. And this number 19 has entered into the judgment of the world. That number 1 there represents the power of Almighty God, Allah. And standing beside a 9 represents that he is about to destroy an old world. And when you resolve 19, you come back to unit again. Is that right? He's about to knock out a whole world. And those 9 also represent the planets. And he is calling upon the powers of the universe to help him to fight in this battle against this beast. Do you want to know how we know it? What is the United States government planning in 1992 with their space program at NASA? They are getting ready to make another probe into the planet Mars. But not just going up to Mars to take pictures like the Vikings 1 and the Viking 2 in 1976. They are going up there to settle down, to take and evacuate their people out of the planet Earth, they think, because their scientists have said that they have polluted and destroyed the planet, and they're looking for a big nuclear holocaust. And they want to save some of their people and get up to the planet Mars. They're calling the project terraform, or formation, meaning to bring back the green to the planet, which is going to cost billions and billions of dollars. But remember, the sign of the end of the devil and their rule is that they would reach out. God would allow them to peep into the heavens. But as they peep into the heavens, they would be followed by flames of fire. Now, what would these flames of fire have to do with Mars? What is Mars called according to their Western terminology? It is called the red planet. It is called the planet of war. Is that right? And they've got 2 satellite moons going around them. I believe one of them is called Phoebe, and the other one, that's it. And it means terror and fear. So that means, brothers and sisters, that our Savior Allah, who came to us in the person of Master Farrakhan Muhammad, in case you didn't know, he had already made contact with life, human beings on the Mars, and had tapped in to the language of the people on Mars. He had photographed the people on Mars way before Viking 1 and Viking 2 landed on its surface in 1976. Why did he want us to know that he had made contact with the people on Mars? Because he said in this final confrontation against the enemy that he was calling on the planets and the civilizations on the other planets to aid him in this final battle against our enemy. So when you see Bush, NASA, and the scientists keep shooting up their satellites and keep on these little secret missions probing into outer space, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said they're trying to get a landing base on the moon or on one of our nearby planets so that they can shoot back at the arsenal of what they believe is their destiny to come into a battle in the skies. And I'm referring to the mother's plane, the UFO phenomenon, which is the top secret of the United States government. And since 1976, they have been working secretly in the investigation of what they call alien civilizations in outer space. But they're just now telling us through the media of what they are planning to do. So let us wake up, brothers and sisters. We have a Savior in our midst. And Minister Louis Farrakhan is receiving direct guidance from Master Farrakhan Muhammad and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to get us safely through the treacherous road that lies ahead. I hope and pray Allah that you have listened carefully to the words and the information that I have shared with you this afternoon, and that you are ready to hear our beloved minister, Louis Farrakhan, who is very nearly going to join us here in this auditorium. Thank you very, very much for your attention. May Allah bless you and keep you in your strength, peace of mind, and contentment. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, the best prayer that we can pray is that Allah will keep us in our right mind, because the things that are coming down on this planet, in our communities, in our cities, is going to be so horrifying. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that in the Holy Quran, it says that it would turn children gray-headed. And we are seeing children gray-headed right now. So brothers and sisters, Islam and this message that is coming from Mosque Miriam, from Minister Louis Farrakhan and all of his assistant ministers and helpers and laborers, is for our salvation. Please, please, keep up your attendance and come and be the helpers in this great cause. May Allah bless you, and thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum.
All praise is due to Allah. We thank Sister Tanya Muhammad for her wonderful words, and brothers and sisters, I pray that we drink them deeply in. Sister mentioned the UFO phenomenon. I want to point out that this year, Chicago is going to be the site of the International Symposium of the Mutual UFO Network. It's going to be July 4th, 5th, and 6th out at the O'Hare Hilton. And I recommend that if you're able to, go on out there and listen to these scientists, Caucasian scientists, show their research on all the sightings of these planes that they have. Not to mention the crop phenomenon, that they don't have any idea what's happening in their crops. All kind of things will be discussed, and if you're able to go out there, it would be a shock to them to see a bunch of black faces for a change. Sister Tynetta, myself, and Brother Jabril were able to go last year down to Gulf Breeze, where hundreds, literally hundreds of sightings have taken place, many of them documented on photographs and videotapes, and there were very few black people there. We went to one earlier in Germany, and we were the only black people there, although there were people from Japan, from Israel, from South America, all over the world. So if you're able to, please go out and see that. Now, Minister Farrakhan will be with us very shortly, but in light of the subject matter, I wanted to read this from Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 22. And if my timing is right, when I get to the end of this, Minister Farrakhan will be walking through the door. Please listen to this. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is not the health of the daughter of my people recovered? Remember the subject matter tonight. Balm, medicine, healing. Is there no healing for my people? What you hear coming out of the mouth of Minister Farrakhan, with his mind lit with the inspiration of Allah through the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, you must bear witness that it's a medicine. It is a balm. It goes on to say, oh, that my head were waters and mine eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men, that I might leave my people and go from them, for they all be adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men. Does it sound familiar? And they bend their tongues like their bow for lies, but they are not valiant for the truth upon the earth, for they proceed from evil to evil. And they know not me, saith the Lord. Take ye heed every one of his neighbor, and trust ye not in any brother. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slanders. And they will deceive every one his neighbor, and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak lies, and weary themselves to commit iniquity. Thine habitation is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they refuse to know me, saith the Lord. Therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, behold, I will melt them and try them. For how shall I do for the daughter of my people? Their tongue is as an arrow shot out. It speaketh deceit. One speaketh peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in heart he layeth in wait. Listen, brothers and sisters, this is our condition. This is our community. Tell me that it's not. This is how we live day in and day out. You can't trust your neighbor. Most of you don't even know your neighbor. Don't even knock on your neighbor's door. Afraid to knock on the door because you don't know what's lurking inside the door. Deceit rife throughout our community. Tell me it's not true. This is the condition God's people has been brought down into. But there is a balm in Gilead. The book says, shall I not visit them for these things, saith the Lord? What does visit mean? Does that not mean, do you go there? If you say you're going to visit your relatives in Cleveland, what do? Send them a postcard? Do you send them a book? You go there. The Lord is saying, shall I visit them for these things? Let us get in contact with the truth of the reality of the presence of the Almighty God who is among us today. And when you hear Minister Farrakhan speak, you're actually hearing the thoughts of God to his people. Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? Brothers and sisters, as Sister Tanetta has mentioned, our minister has been working in this exposition of the truth for 13 to 14 years now. He's been working among us for almost 40 years now as a minister of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Some of you tonight have said that you just came out. And I wasn't being smart when I said, what took you so long? Because work has been going on, and we have ignored the work. As Sister said, our brother is, every time he speaks, he expends a part of himself that is not able to be recouped. He drains himself. He gives his life. Like a lamb on the altar, he sacrifices his health. Those of you who have been around him, you know it's true. But what have we done in return? We have to stop being weak, brothers and sisters. We've never been a weak people until white people got us. We weren't weak in what they call Africa. White people didn't come into you, brothers, and just start beating us up and making us slaves. They tricked us with deceit. They weakened us by taking out of us the truth of who we were. When they brought us to America, they had a system set up to drain us of our strength. What is our strength? Your strength isn't going to the health club. That's not your strength. Your strength is actually your belief in the Almighty God, your knowledge of God. We got to get strong again. You are in the valley of decision, and you can't get yourself out of the valley of decision. You must make a decision. Whose side will you be on as the war of Armageddon becomes so visible that no soul will be able to ignore it? What side will you be on when the final attack on God's people in America is made? What side will you be on? Where will you be when the police no longer hide their vicious hatred of our people and they kill us wholesale in the street? What will you be doing? Will you be in your apartment cringing, wondering what to do? Oh, no. That's not where you'll find the FOI. We'll be busy doing our work. Where will you be? This is a blessing. In Noah's time, God was displeased. He was displeased with everybody but Noah and his family. We're being given an opportunity through listening to the word of God, through Minister Farrakhan, through the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to make ourselves worthy of living into a new reality. This reality is through, y'all. America is through. Her economy is falling, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that when the dollar falls, America's gone. America is only an illusion, and if you peel back and look behind it, you'll see that it's like the set on a Hollywood stage. It's just being propped up. I recently drove out to Denver, and on the way there were tornadoes. We got out there, they had golf ball-sized hail. Don't you see it happening in America? The only reason you're not able to make the connection with the destruction of Babylon is that you've not listened to the teacher who is right in front of your face. Brothers and sisters, let us not just listen tonight. We don't know when we'll have the opportunity to hear from our brother again. When we hear tonight, let us make that decision. Brothers, we want an army in Chicago and all throughout America and all over the world. Ask yourself, are you one of the soldiers of Allah? Are you ready to stand up and defend your nation and to build for yourself? And sisters, you have to ask yourself the same question. Are you ready now? Are you ready to accept that God is with us, his power, his authority, as we welcome our minister, the leader of the Nation of Islam, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan? Let us receive him. All praises due to Allah.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger. We are very thankful to Allah to have this privilege of speaking to you again on the subject of domestic violence, its causes, and solutions. Disappointment and frustration cover the homes of black people. Yes, sir. Disappointment and frustration. The level of frustration that black men function or attempt to function under is so great that black men live under extraordinary stress, causing even young people to suffer with stroke, high blood pressure, hypertension, and young men find themselves, who are corporate executives, literally impotent, unable to carry out the normal function of a husband to a wife. Extraordinary stress produced by frustration of natural desires and disappointment. Many brothers and sisters marry each other with a high level of expectancy. And in a short while, we become disappointed in each other. Sometimes we don't even know why. We search our minds and we search our hearts. Why am I feeling this way about my mate? All of a sudden, there's this disappointment. There is a very high level of frustration and disappointment in black women. The women don't appreciate, thank you, the level of disappointment and frustration in the black man. And the black man does not appreciate the level of disappointment and frustration in the black woman. So here we are, naturally suited to each other, having become by circumstance natural opponents of each other, vying with each other rather than working with each other for the common good of all. If in the Robert Taylor homes, 93% of the homes are headed by a woman with no male presence. That should tell you that there's a high level of frustration, disappointment in our homes. When a woman is frustrated to that point, how does she give vent to her frustration and her disappointment? And how does the man, the male, give vent to this high level of frustration and disappointment? We start generally with very caustic words. Some men say, "I don't beat my wife." And that is something that you can be proud of, brothers. If you don't hit your wife, you are generally a very good person. But sometimes we can do as much violence with a word that a person would rather be hit than to suffer the kind of verbal abuse that we give to one another in the name of straightening things out. Now, a woman is different from the man. The Quran lays specific stress in these words, and the female is not like the male. Well, we know that, but why does the Quran make a specific reference to this difference in the female and the male? Tonight, I pray that Allah will bless me to get this subject matter over in a short period of time. But I want you to reason with me tonight as we go probably a little deeper than we did on Sunday. The Quran says that the male is a degree above the female. Allah says in the Quran, because the male is a degree above the female, God gives the male the authority in the home. Those of you who read the Bible, if you study the writings of Paul, Paul says that Christ is the head of man, man the head of woman. How did this happen? How do we as men accept this degree above, and what does that imply? How does a woman accept that today, that the male is a degree above the female? And if this is true, how did it become so? Again, in the Quran, it is written, men are the maintainers of women. And the word maintainer means in Arabic, the word is kamal rajulu alal marati, means he maintained her and managed her affair, having charge of her affair. Let's stop right there.
God, y'all all right? Yes, sir. I don't want you to throw your shoes at me. The male is given the authority by God not only to be her husband, but the manager of her and her affairs. Now let's stop right there. If you've got a business, all businesses need what? Management. Management exercises control. Management observes, studies the personnel and the property, and management draws or gets the best out of each person under his or her management, and manages goods so that it brings profit. Every fighter that is a great fighter has a manager. Every singer that is a great singer or song stylist or whatnot has a manager. The manager determines and lays out the program for the development of the talent that he or she manages, gets the right persons to help train the fighter, gets the proper fights for the fighter. The fighter defers. You hear the fighter in the ring say, well, would you like to fight so-and-so next? Well, you have to speak to my manager. Well, what woman today can say that her husband is the manager of her affairs and exercises control in the affairs of his wife? Very, 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 very few. And most women today, if the man even attempts management, she, like a stallion, resists a bit in her mouth, resists the saddle, and any reins in his hand, and as a result, usually in 6 months, she throws the rider. Or there's a divorce. That's what I'm saying. And he admits in his heart of hearts, I just couldn't handle her. I just couldn't handle this woman. She's disappointed because you couldn't handle it. Because in reality, she wanted you to handle affairs. And she's frustrated that you didn't have what she thought you had. So she's disappointed and frustrated. Man. Now, for somebody to be disappointed and frustrated because he couldn't manage, and in reality you fought his management, which is what you would do, until he showed he could handle it. You know how a horse will buck and buck and buck and buck, and then when they know you know what you're doing, they say, oh, you know, and they get on down and say, okay. You know, the female is like that, brother. She'll buck. She's supposed to see if you are qualified to ride. This is true. That's why she's called a bride, and you are called a groom. Because those are terms that you use for horses, but they are applicable in marital affairs. So because the groom don't know how to groom, and the bride refuses to go down the bridal path, she don't want no blinders on her eyes. No, I got to see every man that looks good. I want to see him. Don't you put no blinders on my eyes. Well, how you gonna walk down the path? You gotta put blinders on her eyes, brother. What do you mean by that, Farrakhan? I certainly don't mean, putting something on your eyes. But when that man learns how to be what God created him to be, when you relate to a woman, the stronger your relationship, the stronger your ability to manage affairs, the blinders keep growing. And pretty soon she sees nobody but you. Yeah? How did the man get a degree above the woman? How did that happen? Why did God do that in the first place? The woman is so great a creature. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad used to enter into our silly arguments sometimes, because the brothers always had some talk about the sisters, and the sisters always had some talk about the brothers. And they would use the messenger as a referee sometime. And some of the bean soup scientists thought that the woman came with the splitting of the moon 66 trillion years ago. And I was at the table one night when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said there never was a time when there was not a woman. That's a very heavy statement. Now I'm going to go to the Quran and get after the creation of a woman and how she is created a degree beneath, and what the nature of the woman is, and then come to the nature of the man and why we're both frustrated with one another. Allah says in the Quran that He created us from a single essence and created its mate of the same kind, from that same single essence. That's very, very powerful to understand. First, you should know that the Quran, in using the word mate, not enemy, not devil, not opposer, but mate. Some brothers like to throw out the thought that the woman is the first devil. I've heard this kind of cheap talk. Brother, don't you ever move your mouth to speak such ignorance.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about your mother.
That's right.
If your mother is a devil, what could you be?
Right. That's right.
When she's your first teacher.
Right.
No, brothers. This is cheap talk by men who cannot handle women. And because they don't know the art and the science of handling a woman and are frustrated in trying, before they go into homosexuality, they have to beat the woman down and call her all kinds of cheap names to justify homosexuality. And brother, when you beat down a woman, that's where you're headed. Because that's your mate. And if you don't see her as a mate, you see her as a devil, and the next thing you got to do is to get away from the devil, then where are you going? If this is your mate, where are you going after her? You going to one another? Is a man your mate? He's your brother. Not your lover.
Talk to us.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, and the Quran bears him witness, that Allah is not begotten, nor does he beget. If Allah is not begotten, then God has no mother. God is self-created. Yet, in God's self-creation, he came out of triple darkness. As I mentioned in our Savior's Day speech, that darkness was a womb. And when he made himself up out of that darkness, there was in him that which was of that darkness. If it were considered a womb, then in him was that. And right now, in every man is a woman. And in every woman, there's a part of the man. We are from the same essence. Listen good. There's a time when the male and the female breast looks the same. When the man evolves and the woman evolves into her nature, that changes. But at one point, they looked exactly alike. In the male is the female, and in the female is part of the male. The organs are similar at certain points.
Yes, sir.
Why then should we be so hateful of one another when God created us perfectly to mate with each other? You know, you got on a beautiful pair of shoes, brother, but if I took one of them, you want to look for the mate.
That's right.
You know?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He got on brown. I can't give him that brother's red sneaker and say that's the mate. First of all, it's the wrong color, wrong size. Poor brother be going out of here, and everybody would be laughing at him because he don't have a mate on. If we are created by God to be the mate of each other, we are born to fit, to complement each other. But there are differences that has to be appreciated. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, after Allah created himself, he studied himself. And in himself, he found a second self. Imagine God struggling through darkness to create self. A lot of pain involved. A lot of pain involved. And he makes every life to bear witness to his own beginning, because no child comes into this world except through pain. Not only does the mother have pain, but the baby, in making itself up by the guidance of God, by the law that he set forth from his own self-creation. We are bearing witness every time that a female gets pregnant. She is bearing witness to the self-creation, because it happens in the darkness and she's unaware of it. An explosion takes place in the triple darkness of the womb, recreating the beginning, so you don't have to wonder how it began. Look and study how you began. In you. In you is the secret of the beginning. But you're looking everywhere to discover where it began instead of looking right at yourself. You are a witness bearer of God. Listen now. If he creates himself, and the Quran and Bible and all scripture refer to God as he, him, king, ruler, they give him a masculine gender. There's nothing wrong with that. The male predominates. From himself, he saw a second self. That's important to understand. Not a foreigner. No. I want you to hear me well. Yes, sir. You that think your woman is something opposed to you and enemy to you. God saw in himself comfort for himself. Yes. And from that single essence, he extracted the female from himself. So she is directly from God himself. In fact, she is his first creation, and she's the first Muslim. No. I don't want you to clap. I don't want you to clap. I want you to think. He comes into existence. There's a law by which he comes into existence. He brings his first creature into existence from his own essence. And that's you. Female. He couldn't make you equal to him because there is no equal to God. But he made you a little less than himself so that you could look to him. And he made you with a nature to submit to him who created you. Therefore, your nature is to bow down to him from whom you had your beginning, and that's God himself. And he made you with a nature to submit to him who created you. Therefore, your nature is to bow down to him from whom you had your beginning, and that's God himself. Now look at your nature. Boy. You wouldn't tell God, you ain't no manager over me. That's right. You don't determine my fare. Who do you think you are? He's your creator. That's right. And because he's your creator, you honor him. You love him. You submit to him. And you are his consolation. So from these two men and women. Lord. What do you mean, Farrakhan? Look, brother and sister, you start from one cell. Then you multiply, there are billions of cells, but the cell is similar. You are many human beings, but the essence of you comes right back to God.
Yes. Yes, sir.
That's why we should never disrespect somebody because they are not, quote unquote, of our family. These all spring from the same essence, God himself. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So if you marry a woman and she has children from some other man, don't dog those children because they didn't come from you. Because if you trace your beginning and that child's beginning, it goes back to that single essence,
Yes, sir.
which is God himself. So wherever you see that human child that is a member of the original people, that is your flesh and your blood. There is no black man or woman on this earth that is not your family. That goes all the way back to God himself. Now you, sister, he made you a degree beneath himself. But you are divine in your nature. I didn't bring a handkerchief with me. Somebody have one. You are divine in your nature. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said your nature is to equal yourself up to God. You strive. He sets the standard, you strive for it. Whatever a man does when a woman falls in love with the man, the woman will try to equal herself up to that standard. This is why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said there's no such thing as a no good woman. Every woman that you see that is no good was made that way by a no good man. Now look at this. If you're not right, sister, look at your life. Look at your condition. You submitted yourself to the management of somebody that mismanaged you and your affairs. And you know, when you first fall in love, pardon me? Yes, sir. When you first fall in love, if that man does not honor and respect the power of your love, which allows you to submit to his control, if that man is no good, he'll make you a no good woman. Isn't that something? Then after you are made no good, then what happens to what you produce? Now, what does that have to do with management of affairs and the level of frustration in the black man? The black man, direct descendant of God, is given the nature of God himself. That nature is called Islam. You don't ever have to join Islam. You are born by nature to submit your will to do the will of God. So the nature in the black man is the nature of management. Thank you. The nature of control. The nature of power.
Yes.
The nature of being a grantor of security. The nature of being a protector. The nature of being a destroyer. All of that is written genetically in you as a man. And as a man who has been enslaved by another man, he has interfered with your knowledge to allow you to express your nature. So from the time you were enslaved, you were a frustrated black man. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When he robbed you of the knowledge of yourself, then you could not ever be a groom for a bride. She was a bride, but you never have been a groom. In that she walked down a path, but she was dragging you. You weren't guiding or controlling nothing. And she laughs because she controls the man. She controls him through sex. She controls him and manipulates him by the clever, wise use of his nature. She knows you better than you know yourself. Because the woman comes under you to study you. Every nuance about you, she's already picking up on it. And she knows what buttons to push. Am I lying, sister? Do you study the man that you love or the man you intend to marry? You study him? For what purpose?
Go ahead, brother.
I just am asking a question.
Why the mess?
Excuse me. You study him for the purpose of knowing how both to help him and to hurt him. She can do both. All depends on how we perform our duty. And by the Caucasian robbing us of the knowledge of self and the knowledge of how to be a man, a maintainer of women, a manager of the woman and her affairs, you have to have knowledge to do that. And that's why they call man manhood. Manhood. We grow into manhood. The hood is that which covers the head. The hood represents knowledge, not a head covering. You put a fez on as a man, that fez represents what is supposed to be under the fez.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The fez represents knowledge, brothers. When you have the knowledge of God, then you have the knowledge of how to grow to be more like him in the way he governs the affairs of things.
Yes, sir.
Then the more godlike we are, the more our women submit to control, to management. God is wise.
Yes.
Women don't buck wise people. A woman wants to know that her husband is not only strong. When she's first attracted to him, he can't be, I mean, he can't be a brother, you know what I mean? That, I'm out there now. Huh? It's got to be a physical attraction. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
That comes first. You appeal to her. You look nice, brothers. You really look nice. Tall, dark, you know what I mean? Handsome.
Yes, sir.
You're buffed. You put your body in good shape. She said, wow, man, he's bad. Woman want to know that strength is walking beside her.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Because she needs to be made secure. That's the nature of the creature. The creature has to be made secure by the Creator. So the woman must be made secure by God. So in her nature, she must be made safe by the man. That's why women jump on your case when the money's not there for the rent. When the money's not there for the food, you tell her, baby, it's coming. She can't buy that. Her mind won't let her rest at night when she knows the rent is due and there ain't no money there to pay it. So she'll wake you up in the night, honey, listen now, listen. And you say, woman, I got to sleep. And she'll be all on our case about where's the money for the rent. You see, you shouldn't have blown that money. She didn't mind you buying her that dress. She took the dress, but at the end of the month, she's hot because the money ain't there for the rent. That's just her nature, brother. She's not going to stop doing that. There ain't no use in getting upset with her. She's always talking about money. But 90% of the problems in our home is over money. Because in this world's life, money is the medium of exchange. Money is the satisfaction of her desires. Money is that which allows her to rest comfortable at night, because your money, your ability to make money, is that which allows her to pay the rent or allows the rent to be paid. She knows she is being made secure. Yes, and that's what a Muslim is. A Muslim is one who is made secure, and as a result of that safety and that security has entered into peace. It is the duty of a man to bring peace to his wife. I wish you all would just stop talking in the back, wherever you are. In this auditorium, I don't want nothing going on. Everything is going on right here. Yes, you need to know what I'm saying. You make sure that they're not out in the hall lollygagging. Get in here and stand around the wall. Yes, sir. That's why half of you in hell, because you want to officiate, but you don't want to hear nothing. Right. Yes, sir. Just clean all of that out in there. Just put the guys on the door and bring everybody and let them stand around the wall. Because I don't want to hear nothing after the night that you're arguing in the house. Right. That's right. Excuse me. If you don't think that you need this, then you can excuse yourself. That means you know and your home is happy, you can get out of here. I'll see you next time. But if you're a black man and a black woman, I know you in hell. Right. You ain't got to tell me where you are. Right. I know where you are. Yes, sir. And only those of you are at peace right now because you ain't found out yet. Right. You in some silly courtship stage. Oh, he's so cute. You ain't checked his wallet out. But you gonna check his wallet after marriage. That's right. No, check it before. Go ahead. He's cute. Take that to the bank. Pay your rent with his muscles and his process. Pay your rent because he's the best basketball player in the high school. Pay your rent with that. You lay down and have babies and then don't know what the hell to do after that because you're not looking at things as you should look at it. Right. 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 And while I'm on that subject, I want to say something about the nature of things. Parents, we are working hard. Most parents are working so hard, we are not watching as we should. You can't watch every minute of every hour of every day. But when our children get to a certain age, parents, they are being upset by the bombardment of a crazed world that is sex mad, run by scientists of evil, freaks.
That's right. Teach us. Warn.
You don't know what you're doing when you sit your children down hour after hour in front of a television and you go off with your foolishness, partying, leaving your babies to be manipulated by the madness of that television.
Yes, sir.
Children 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old, girls developed. You know this. Their bodies are the bodies of women, though their heads are the heads of children. You say, well, she's only 12. Oh, that's my boy. He's only 12. What does that mean? 12 today is like 34 yesterday.
Yes, sir. Right.
What I'm suggesting, parents, look. These are our children. We can't throw them away if they make mistakes. But children, in the development of their nature, need management over their affairs. They are not qualified, neither are older ones of us qualified to manage nature. Have you ever seen a storm? Try to manage a tornado. They can't manage that.
That's right.
You may be able to predict, but you can't manage.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Nature, this that God put in us, man, this is a powerful thing.
Yes.
We got a law in Islam. We don't commit fornication. We don't commit adultery. Stop right there. I'm off my subject now, but really I'm on my subject.
Yes, you are.
That law almost becomes a joke because there's another law working. Fornication ruins the future of young people. You learn about your sexuality and naturally you want to experiment. That's natural. And that's why in Islam we don't have the too free intermingling of the sexes, because when you keep putting them together like that, as they grow, they're going to start experimentation. You can't blame them for that. They want to find out what this urge is that I have. Parents don't want to talk about sex. Oh, no. No. That's can't talk about that. You don't need no book to teach you about sex.
That's right. That's right.
Nature teaches you.
Yes, sir.
Dogs don't have a book that they study.
That's right. That's right.
They don't have no snake book, no bird book, no bee book, but all kind. Every time you look around, there's another bird, another bee.
That's right.
And you ain't got to teach people about sex. Nature got it all down pat. Certain things you learn. But parents got to talk to your children.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, we can't talk about that. Why not? That's how they got here.
That's right. That's right.
Why you can't talk about it? We got to face reality here. Sex is real. It ain't something that the devil did. It's what God has decreed.
Yes, sir.
When boys and girls get to a certain age, they're naturally attracted to one another. That you'll never stop. You can keep them shut up in a room all day long, blacking out the windows. Never let them see a TV. but they'll know that nature is driving them toward the opposite. And when they pierce them walls, you got trouble on your hands. You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us in the history of Mary and Joseph. They were childhood sweethearts. They loved each other from childhood, and that happens. But the father didn't want Joseph when he was old enough to marry Mary. So he went on and got married. But the woman that he married and had children for, he loved her. But that woman that he was denied was like the mate of his soul. You can understand that, can't you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Somehow they met. I'll go into the details at another time. And the law at that time was any male or female committing fornication or adultery, the law is you're stoned to death. Why? We protect the home. Because if you don't protect the home, you're not protecting civilization. So the law that God sent down through Moses is a very stern, a very strict law. If you come in my home after my wife, or I come in your home after your wife, I got to pay with my life for that. But when you leave two people alone in a room and they love each other, why tell them about the law of fornication? That just happened. Because two people in love with each other, a higher law kicks in. Nature's law. They love each other. They're attracted to each other. Yes, you said, thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not. Very nice of you. But when you say thou shalt not, then you should be in the room. Then you know thou wilt not. Keep the lights on. And if you see the lights go down, move on in.
That's right. That's right.
But when you so busy with your mates, your frustrations, till you allow your daughters and your sons the freedom to do and the time to play, and your attention is gone in another direction than two young people that are experimenting with nature. They don't even have to love each other. They just have to be curious. And since by nature we are born curious, then you leave them to experiment, and the result is pregnancy or unwanted pregnancy, then abortion, or a baby is born, but there's no compatibility there with the person who is the father of that child, and the young child has to suffer now through that. But good can come out of that. You don't have to worry about it. Good, God makes good come out of whatever you think is wrong. God will bring good out of it if you have the right attitude toward it. You should never destroy your children because they made a mistake. Embrace them. But they have to learn now the hard way. What am I saying? The law of nature is bigger than a commandment. And if you want the law to be respected, then good manners will protect good morals. You do not leave a boy and a girl alone together in any room for any amount of time. When I first became a Muslim, my teacher was Malcolm X, and he said, an egg is hard boiled at 3 minutes. I took that to mean something. Better keep these males and these females away from each other in any of those uncontrolled circumstances if you want them to come out of this thing right. And if your child makes a mistake, let me just say this, it ain't because they're bad. That's right. Your children are not bad. The world is bad. And we are not watching as we should. That's why every Muslim is given the general orders. Take charge of this post in all temporal property in view. Then walk your post in a perfect manner, keeping always on the alert. Why? Why? Because if you're not alert, something will come up. Now let me get back and finish my subject, which that was part of. Now, brothers, when you don't have the knowledge to manage, you're going to be frustrated in your marital life. You find a woman that you love, she attracts you, you get married, and a year later the attraction is gone. And you wonder why you're having so much hell with that woman that you loved so much a few months ago. Where did all this hell come from? The hell came because she's disappointed and she's frustrated. She's disappointed with us because we're not securing her. And you know what, sisters? Satan got your head so messed up that a man can't hardly satisfy you because Satan keeps raising your level of desire. You don't want a man, a poor man. This is a poor man. This is a poor black man in a white man's world that is designed to crush him. I know when you look at the lifestyle of the rich and the famous, when you look at Dallas, when you look at them soaps, you want those nice things, you want nice clothes, you want fine shoes, you want some diamonds on your hand, but damn it, you married a poor black man. How in the hell is he gonna give you that? And if he does not have the money and the wherewithal, because in order to get it in this life, you got to have something up top here. He left school. So he's working on a job, but you know what they give him? $4.50, $5, $6, $7. This is a man. He can't make it off that kind of money. He can't satisfy you off that kind of money. But you, sisters, you don't know how to control your desire and bring your desire within the level of his pocketbook, or you don't know how to sit down together and plan, he's working, you working, how to work it out so you can both fulfill your desires amicably, reasonably. But you get frustrated with each other, then the words that come out of your mouth, check the words now. He comes in. Naturally, when he comes in, you frustrated, the house looks frustrated. The dishes are in the sink from 3 days ago. The baby diapers is... The flies have found the diapers. The bedroom looks like a tornado hit it. Dishes piled up in the sink. The bathroom, when you go in it, You want to get out of it quick. The man comes in, he don't want to stay there. He said, baby, is there something to eat? I don't know. Did you bring anything? She ain't got no desire to cook now. She frustrated. So you tell her, look at this house. Look at this house. And she said, yeah, nigga, look at it. She ain't big as a minute. And her husband know he could crush her. Now here they go with words now. I'm just sick of this. You make me sick. Now she's cutting him. Rip, rip, rip. Now he's already cut. The world beat him. God made him to be a manager. And either he got the knowledge and don't have the money, or he lacks both the knowledge and the money, so he's doubly frustrated to the 19th power. Now he comes home and you at him, because the house is a wreck, so he's cutting you, you cutting him, then the level of verbal violence goes up. And then the rest is history. So-and-so killed. Man throws wife out 6th floor window. Baby's right behind them. Wife stabs husband in kitchen. He was trying to get her to the bedroom to shoot her.
Real. Very real.
Now, brothers and sisters, this is a problem.
Yes, sir.
This man is frustrated. He don't even know why he's frustrated. Because by nature, he's a producer. Every brother in here by nature is a producer. Every brother in here by nature is a manager. Every brother in here by nature is a controller of affairs. And every brother in here by nature is one who wants to grant security to the woman in his life and the children that come from his life. Now, he's got that in him by nature. As long as his nature is dead and he don't know what it is, he's just functioning on autopilot. But when truth comes, truth awakens the nature of the black man. This black man today is more awake.
That's true. Yes, sir.
But he's still awake now, but without the means to do what an awake man should do. So there's double frustration. So he's a powder keg right now of potential violence. There ain't one in this room that is not a killer. Potentially. All of us just crazy as hell. I'm just sorry. I just got to talk like this, brothers.
Talk to us, brother.
We are so screwed up in terms of lack of fulfillment,
Yes, sir.
that we are walking dynamite ready to blow. That's why when the white man put a gun in your hand and call you a gang leader, gang banger, you just got to shoot somebody, get off your frustration, you drive by. You ain't conscious, man.
Right.
Crazy. Killing babies.
That's right.
Killing your mother.
That's right.
You so messed up that the crack dealer can come and just give you crack now. Because the level of your frustration is so deep till you trying to cover your pain with drugs. But the drug never helps you. What you need is knowledge and the freedom to exercise that knowledge.
Yes.
But who's gonna give you that?
Right.
Bush don't have no plan for you.
Right.
Mayor Daley don't have no plan for you. The governor don't have any plan for you. The only man that I know that had a plan for black people, that is a comprehensive plan, is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But you are walking by that man. Now look, brothers, I'm appealing to you right now. Brothers, look. We can't make it by ourselves. All these beautiful young men, they need money in their pocket. Even if you're single, you can't function without money. Them what do you call them things you got on? Nikes or Air Jordans or whatever it is. It costs money, man. And you know that's the style, that's the way you want to profile. And if you ain't got no money, what you gonna do to get it? Some poor brother got him some Nikes, Air Jordans. Some poor brother got him one of these designer jackets. He walking down the street, you said, damn, look at that nigga got. Just what I needed. You kill him, take his shoes. Take his jacket. You take human life over some damn rubber shoes that Jordan says will make you jump higher. You know you crazy as hell. You gone here, man. Totally frustrated. Kill a human being over a vial of crack. That nigga took my damn crack and didn't pay me. I'll show him. This is how crazy we have become, brothers. What's the solution? Look, brothers, just the men on this side of this auditorium, if you allow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to fill your head with the right knowledge, that knowledge will begin to relieve some of that pressure. But the thing that will really relieve it is when we as a body pool our resources and begin to develop an economic base that will allow us to fulfill our own desires, to comfort, to secure, to protect our wives and our children. You are born managers. Look at a pimp. Pimp is a manager. He's a controller of affairs. Not a good one, you understand? That's not for good, but I'm saying look at the talent. Look at how he's using it. That same pimp, if you turn his knowledge in a righteous direction, he can manage a supermarket. And put people to work and see that they do their job. Like he see that that woman does her job and go upside her head. I'm not saying that that's going to work today. But the point is, he's trying to exercise some control. That's his nature. And that's why, brothers, we are very, very frustrated and prone to violence. And that's why there's a heavy increase of violence in the black community, because we are the most frustrated in terms of the nature of control that God put in us as men. Now, sisters, how are you going to deal with this highly explosive human being? You have to realize, sisters, that you have a major role to play in cooling him out and preparing him for his advancement, which is your advancement. You ain't going nowhere without the black man. He's not going anywhere without you. We can't. We are each other's mate. How do you handle a man that's in this condition? How do you deal with him? You know, in the MGT class, question number 14 of lesson number 1, what is the meaning of MGT and GCC? Muslim Girls Training in General Civilization class. And in this class, there are 6 basic training units. 1, what is 1? How to what? How to keep house. Why you say it so soft? Come on. What is the first basic unit? Why must you know how to keep house? Now the brothers will say, yeah. But how to keep house is a part of our training too. On another level, I'll show you that in a minute. Look, sisters, wherever you live, if it's an apartment, if it's a room, that's your environment. You can't let that environment degenerate to filth, because you live there. So your nature and your duty by nature is to keep that house. What do you mean keep house? Put things where they belong, keep things in order, and above all, keep things clean. Now, how does that relate to question number 1 of lesson number 1? Why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet Earth? Because the earth belongs to the original black man, and knowing that the devil was wicked, he put him out into the worst part and kept the best part for himself. That's housekeeping. On another level, we got to clean the earth up from the enemy and his evil, and we got to bring order back to a world of disorder. But it's keeping house on another level. But sisters, where you live, what does it look like? How did you leave it when you came tonight? How will you find it when you get home? And just think of a husband and a wife going into that. After they leave the mosque, they go home and step in. Chaos. Well, what does that do to your head? Come on. And what does it do to his head? Now, he's already explosive. He's crazy now. Best thing to do when you have somebody that's highly explosive, bring him into an ordered environment. He sees order, maybe he'll come to order. Oh, that's how you say tension. But you don't say to your man when they come in, tension, come on, soldier. But you present him with order, and the man will respond to order, because by nature, he's a soldier. Don't you come to the door to greet him in chaos. Old dirty shirt on, sleep in your eyes from last night, hair not combed, you missed the bathroom, no deodorant, and here he come. I'm home, baby. And here you come. That's why the prostitutes take money from you, because they know what to do for your man and you forgot. That's rough stuff. But whores are making money today. Even faggots. Excuse me. Anybody in that condition, I'm not. Wait a minute. I got to clean up this language here. I got to clean this language up, because I don't want to be offensive. You know, brothers, when we call ourselves straight and somebody else is gay, we like to throw off on them. But you know, one sickness is as bad as another. So I want anybody in here that's a homosexual to understand that we're not here to beat our people down. We're here to lift our people up. And wherever we're out of order, to bring us back into divine order, that we may be acceptable to ourselves and acceptable to God. So I just want to clear that up. But anyway, there are men out there dressed like women. And your husband will spend money with them. Now that's cold. He's a big old man, dressed like a woman, out there catching your husband as he get off work. Hey, honey, you want a little pleasure before you go home to the madness? And you'd be surprised how many stop. Sisters, how to keep house. What's the next training unit? How to rear your children. Now your children become a big problem. You know, you have 2, 3, and they drive you up a wall because you don't really know how to rear them. You don't know how to manage what's under you. It's management now. You got 3. I got 4. I got 5. Yeah, I know. Watch that chicken that produce 9 or 10. You see them. I was driving the other day. I saw a little, looked like a duck, and about 6 ducks was running behind this little duck, and the duck was making sure that them little children got out of the highway. She seen that big Range Rover coming. That female duck was concerned about them little ones, and she managed to get them off that road. Management. The little creatures know how to manage. Our babies got us going up the wall, down the wall. Oh, I'm going crazy, I'm going crazy. Going crazy for what? Because you don't know how to manage that. But if you managed it properly, I'm telling you, learn how to rear your children. Of course, I'm not saying you won't get frustrated now. But the more you learn management of those resources, honest to God, sister, you can make a beautiful home. And when your husband comes home, the children look nice. And when he come in, they run, Daddy! Oh, that make a man fly, boy. But you home grumbling all day about that man. And you expect the children to call him daddy when he get in. Sisters, let me tell you something. You know, you are the one that can make your children love your husband, and you can make them hate your husband. If you got a hard-working man, and there are some men that I know that really work hard. They're not home all the time, but you can put your hand on them. You know exactly where they are. They're not playing with some other woman. They're just hard-working. When you got a hard-working husband like that, how do you represent him in his absence to his children? When daddy's not there throwing a ball with him, what do you say? Your father, I don't know where he is. He just makes me sick. He's never here when we need him. But every week, the money's there for you to do what you need to do. That's not the way you handle your husband when he's not there. And I watch this with mothers, many Muslim mothers. You really hate the fact that Islam has come into your life and your husbands spend time trying to build a nation. And many sisters, they don't say nothing outwardly to him, but it's an inner rage. They literally hate Islam. Look at this. I gotta put on this headpiece. Long dress. Shit. I done followed that man into this religion. Then when you say Assalamu alaikum, you don't mean it. Assalamu alaikum. Bringing you to the mosque is like bringing you to jail. Must I go there again this week? See, if you don't love something, you start becoming a hypocrite real early. And this can be on the male side as well as the female side, but I'm just dealing now with male frustration. When that man dedicates himself, I'm telling you what I know. Your duty to them children is to make those children understand where that man is and why he's making that kind of sacrifice. then the children will grow to love their father even when he's not there, because he's present in you. Listen to me good. No, I don't want no applause. I want you to think. See, look at me. I'm like the wife of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm a male, but yet I'm in the feminine gender in relationship to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because he is my teacher, my leader, my guide, and he has fed me knowledge. He is absent. He's not physically present, and I'm producing babies for him. And I love it when they say how they love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and have never seen his face, but they know he's the man. Now listen, they know it because I represent him in his absence. I'm gone all the time. But I'm not out there playing. I'm out there teaching our people, how do you represent me in my absence? What kind of mother are you to me? I come home and I see the children with an ugly frown on their face. When they see me, I know you're not telling them right. See, if you hate Islam, get the hell out of it. If you don't want it, leave it. Tell your husband, I don't want this, and to hell with you, I'm gone. Be a woman, be a truthful woman, but don't be no damn snake and a hypocrite and then poison your children because your husband want to build a future for you. I'm just telling you straight, sisters. Some of you are hypocrites. Just hypocrites, but you don't have the courage to tell your husband. No peace in the house. You don't know how to rear your children. Well, I can't rear them alone. Why not? What God put in your nature, he didn't put it in the nature of a man. A man looks strange around a house all day long with babies in his hand. That is not what we're made for. A man is made and created with a body and a nature to go out and conquer the world for that woman. Not sit up at home changing diapers. Well, my husband gonna help me because he helped me to get him. And that's why he ain't making no money. But you got him home looking at him. And the more you look at him with the baby in his hand, the more disgusted you get. Role reversal. That's why his hair getting long. We got earrings in his ears. Next thing you know, he'll be wearing lace drawers. Damn it, you gonna be a man, or what the hell are you gonna be? The woman need a man, not something that look like her. I know you don't like this, but hell, I can't talk to you on what you like, man. I'm your brother. You don't need to be walking around here with no damn braids in your head. If you're going to be a man, let's be a man. And go out and conquer a world for this woman and these babies that she gives us. We can do it. How to rear our children. What's next? How to what? How to do what? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. You said it a little louder. Somebody said cook. Other one said how to take care of your husband. Which one is it? It's how to take care of your husband? Is that what it is, Sister Muhammad? No. You did? To rear your children and do what for your husband? Take care of him. Oh, that's good. Take care of him. Did you know that that man needs care? Well, what about me? I need some too. Of course you do. Of course you do. But listen, sisters, I'm not trying to throw this weight on you, but right now you're stronger. He's supposed to be a degree above you, but right now you're several degrees above him. He's got to be raised back to his rightful position so you can honor him, love him, respect him. And you got to help do that. And the only way you can help to do that, you got to know what a man is and what a man needs and how to take care of a man. That's what a prostitute knows. She ain't got to live with him every day. So hers is a false care. Yours is real. You know that caring for a man is not just cooking? Though you got to learn how to preserve his health and strength so he can go out and bust them bricks for you. Keep him healthy. Don't give him no chicken McNuggets and French fries. Come on, baby, it's time to eat. What we having tonight, baby? I done set to Pizza Hut, honey. Poor man is out there with that machine digging in concrete off of Pizza Hut. Poor man is out there with that machine digging in concrete off of Pizza Hut. Sisters, you got to know how to take care of him. But the real care that you got to learn how to deal with him with is his head. Because his head is messed up. And you, sisters, because you study him so, when you see him, you can tell, that boy needs some care. Somebody been messing with him today. And you got to be really wise to say the right word. And I'm telling you, sister, the right word from the right spirit can change his mind around and make him the man that you want him to be. Please, sisters, for your sake and for our sake, be patient with this black man. He's a good man, but he needs training. Ain't no white man gonna train him. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was given that mission by God to raise the black man up. And it is difficult, brothers. It's not easy to work with us. But it must be done. And while that's happening, you got to help your man. Because you're producing girls today that are gonna marry boys tomorrow. And if we don't make a change today, where's the future of our young girls? You don't have any. So we got to make a change and understand that this man is messed up, this man is sick and hurt and frustrated and disappointment, and it ain't really got nothing to do with you. It's his nature that's messed up. He got the right nature, but the wrong man is in charge. And I'm talking about white folks. White folks are in charge of our lives, brothers, and they don't think 2 cents of us. They're not creating no jobs for us. They don't care whether you're properly educated or not. That is a responsibility we got to take for ourselves, brother. White people are not going to prepare no future for you so you can prepare a future for your wife. This is why he'll take your woman and give her a job. But he won't do nothing for the black man. So the woman is all dressed up downtown in his office. You can't even find a job. And if you don't know how to create a job, you're out there frustrated, brothers. Mentally messed up. You know nature makes you need a woman. But when you get a woman, you can't do nothing for her. Therefore, she don't want to do nothing for you. That's right. She may want to in the beginning, but that desire dies quick. Am I lying, sisters? Brother, when you got a woman that really, really loves you, ooh, brother, will she cook? Come on. Man, she'll lay a meal on you that'll make McDonald's go out of business. When a woman loves a man, she don't call it slavery to serve him, because his nature is to serve you. That's why he's working. Should be. To serve you. You think it's a one-way street? When he comes in, if he's tired, say, baby, you look tired. Run the water for him. Me? Run the water for him? You want to build him and make him go and challenge a world for you. Run some water. That ain't much. Just run it. Make sure it's nice. Put a little bubble bath in there for the poor boy. Boy, jump in that bubble bath. You say, how you feel, baby? Care for him. Care for him. I mean, the man is a giant. But if you don't care for him, see that grooming stuff? If you take care of this man, he'll knock the world out for you. For you, he'll do it. Because believe me, he don't have to die to go to heaven. The only heaven that we have as men is found in every one of these women. That's where our heaven is, brothers. It's in them. But like gold that's in the earth, to know it's there is one thing. To know how to mine it out and put it into service for you is another. You know that this woman got something. but you don't know how to get it out. And that's why you need to come and let the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teach you how to do that, brother. But sisters, if you do your part, get in your class and learn how to care for this man. And I'll tell you frankly, my wife is not here tonight, so I can talk better about her when she ain't here. Don't you tell her what I said. But let me tell you something. The only reason I'm the kind of man that I am is because God gave me that kind of a woman. You know, when a man is trying to be a man, at first he really don't know how. And he starts ordering you around. Yes, he does. He's trying to show you, know, he's boss. He ain't been boss or nothing. And when he learned he's the boss, I mean, all right, hey, where's my food? Don't stand off and say, look, nigga, don't talk to me that way. Who the hell did, look. See, now you ready for a fight. More than likely, physically, you can't win, so you got to reach for the knife and force him to go in the room and get the gun. So when he acts foolish like that, you get him what he asked for and say, now, sweetheart, was it necessary for you to talk to me like that? I'm real hurt. And he'll say, oh, baby. And he'll say, oh, sugar, excuse me. You know, I mean, I had a hard day, baby. You know what I mean? But he's a soldier, and he don't know that you not like that. He don't have to come home and order you. You ain't his private soldier. But look at how you can handle him so beautifully if you know how to take care of him, see? He really needs a lot of care. He's delicate, even though he's a magnificent machine. But he's delicate. He is really, 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 really delicate. He's all this macho, he's all this power, but the wrong word can shatter him. Did you know that, sisters? Of course you do. Because you shatter him. And after he's all shattered and broken, you can't respect him anymore. So why cut him down with your mouth? Even when you know he deserves it, and even when you know you can do it, you have to restrain yourself from that. And I'm going to tell you something about Sister Farrakhan. She didn't do it because I was such a great man. She did it because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad got her in this class and trained her. And when I cut the fool, which I did, she was just as sweet. And it ended up making me apologize for my foolishness when I learned better. We didn't have no money, but the little money that I made, she stayed at home with the children, and I didn't make a lot of money. But we kept within our means. That was important for the peace of the house. I don't like no white man at my door telling me that I owe him money. And brother, if you want somebody to take your manhood quick, just get in a lot of debt and can't meet the payment. And see how that white man or black man or whoever you owe will cut you down. They start talking nasty to you. That take away your manhood. I told my wife when we first got married, I said, baby, I don't like debt. So whatever we cannot afford to buy cash, we'll just save. I know I wanted a nice brand new bedroom set, but I didn't want no white man coming to dump me out the bed when I couldn't make the notes. So I just worked and saved my money. And I went to a used place, secondhand, and bought it cash. I knew when it was in my house, it was mine, and you can't take it. I saw a carpet in a place. It was for $20. It was not the best, but it was nice, and I bought it. But I knew that when I put it down, couldn't nobody come in and take it. I wanted to preserve and protect the little manhood that Elijah Muhammad was building in me. And when you owe people money, brother, and you can't pay, you'll always be a punk. Because they'll punk you out when you can't pay your bills. The landlord will come and tell you, get out. How you gonna feel? You got a wife there looking at you and children, and the landlord say, get the hell out. I'm bringing a sheriff to put you in the street, and you a man, and you gotta stand there and watch a cracker take your clothes and your furniture and put it in the street. Ain't he making a punk out of you? Debt will do that to you, brother. That's why your desire should never go too far beyond your ability to pay for it. But the white man through television is constantly feeding your desire, but never giving you the money to take care of your desire. So you're always paying, catching up. Don't do that to your husband. Keep him in a lot of debt. My wife could have told me, look, I ain't sleeping on no used bed. Do you hear me? And I would have told her, baby, well, we ain't sleeping on no bed at all then. I'm not going to let no woman chump me like that. And don't threaten me. But that's it. I'm out of here. I'm not going to beat you. But you're not going to make no punk out of me. I'll never let that happen by the grace of God. I'm a man, and I intend to be one, die one. But I know what I am, and I know a woman helped me to become that. And if you would just be smarter, even though you're frustrated, be smart. You need a man. You need a man in your life, so stop acting like you don't need a man. And change your attitude and change your disposition and change the way you speak. And you'll always have a man that will work for you if you know how to handle yourself and handle this man. By the grace of God, we can diminish this domestic violence. And now as I conclude, brothers, while she has to learn how to take care of us. You know, women, you think, need a lot of cuddling and all of that, and that mushy stuff. But they would much rather the bills be paid. Then the mushy stuff has more meaning. What you say, sister? Sister said, teach on that. Now, brothers, in my conclusion, we all think as men that, you know, sex is a major part of marriage. And when you're young at it, maybe so. Yeah. Excuse me. But sex has to take its place, and the priority is making a woman secure. That's the way you make her a Muslim. Make her safe. Make her feel secure. She's frustrated, brothers. She's hurting. And many of us don't really understand her pain, like many of you don't understand the terrible pain that the black man is under. You think he just wants to be out on that corner talking and lollygagging. This man is a born producer, but he don't know how to do it himself. He must be shown. But by the same token, brothers, our wives are frustrated. And you know what? When they're home all day talking to children, can you imagine what that's like for a woman of high intelligence to be talking baby language to children all day long, and then when we come home, we ain't got no time to talk? Now you think about her. She can't wait for you to get home now. So we can have a level conversation, because she can talk down to the children, but she can talk up to any level we want to engage her on. She's your mate. But when we don't give her that outlet, the frustration in her builds. And you see it manifest in the lack of care in the home, and the lack of care for the children, and the lack of order in the home. It's because she's frustrated. Then let's sit down and talk about why you're frustrated. And you know how you're not honest? None of us, really? What's the matter? Nothing. But honey, you just ain't talking? I'm fine. And you know you ain't fine. But you don't know how to say to him what's really on your mind, so you owe nothing. But if he loves you, you can tell him. Sooner or later, you got to tell him. Even if it hurts, try to say it in the best way possible, but you got to tell him what's on your mind. And if you tell him, maybe he'll understand why you're so frustrated, and he'll make some adjustments to help you out of that frustration. Then you can take better care of the home and the children and him. It's communication. Communication, not body to body, but head to head. Most of us go home and ain't got no communication. Turn the lights out, communication begins. That kind of communication makes two animals who engage each other because of heat, not because of the passion of love due to fulfillment of commitment. And there is a difference. Now you can make a baby from heat, but you can make a giant through the passion from fulfillment of duty. Make sense? Wouldn't it be better for us to talk first and then go to bed? What's on your mind? No, I don't want you to think filthy. I want to think low, because I'm not talking low. Talk properly to one another. Sometimes, sisters, we're so messed up. When we come in, you push the wrong button, you get a very emotional response. You didn't time it right. You didn't time it right. You may not have approached it right. And if you're touching a very sensitive area, you got to be more subtle than direct. White folks are masters at subtleties. They drop all kind of subtle suggestions in your brain, and before you know it, you're doing what they wanted you to do, but you think it's you that arranged it, and it's them. That type of communication with one another, you begin to know what the person can stand and what they can't stand, and then you learn how to tell them what you want to tell them without shattering them. Do you think you can do that? You know, you did it pretty good when you were courting. That's why you got married. Well, what is it about marriage that when you get married, you don't care anymore and you just talk to each other like dogs? Is it because what you have, you think you have? Can I tell you something? You're always in the process of getting. The moment you think you have it, you lost it. You didn't hear me. Male and female relationship is like going out after knowledge. The moment you think you've acquired it, that's when you lost it. Because when you go out in search of knowledge, you never get it and come home. You're always pursuing, because knowledge is infinite, and so is your mate. We are infinite when you're dealing with our heads. The possibilities are infinite. So never, ever, ever think you got him. You hear me, sister? Brothers, never, ever, ever think you got her. Because when you stop the process that led you to her or him, you will begin from that moment to lose him. And I'm telling you, sisters, now this is hard, but I'm going to say it. I got to find the right way to say it. I don't want to hurt nobody. Sisters, your weight is germane to your happiness. When a man marries you and you are fine, I'm telling you, he wants to keep seeing you that way. Now, don't come up with no excuse. I had a baby. We all know that. But you see, when you think you got him, you relax. Before, if you got too much weight on while you courting, you say, I'm going to get this weight off me. Work on this. And some of you sisters got so fanatic, you wanted to chisel your bodies so that it knock his eyes out. And it did. But then what happened? You unchiseled it. And you know, you're beautiful, right? But you know, men that marry women for beauty, man, they are always uptight, because every time you find one beautiful, there's somebody more beautiful, and more beautiful, and more beautiful, and more beautiful. So it's got to be more than beauty that you're looking for in a woman. There's some special ingredient that each one of you have that man hitches on to. And in order to hold him, you got to hold that ingredient. Hold it, develop it. And I'm telling you, sisters, fat, overweight, you're starting to lose it. Sisters, get a grip on your diets. Brothers, it's the same with a man. When a woman marries a man, she see what she like. All of a sudden, you contented now. Then the gut starts growing and falling down over your knees. You rounding out things. And she looking at you, and when you disrobe, she's disgusted with what she looks. Fat slob, just look at him, look at him. And he got the nerve to want to be sexy. she'll lose all desire for you, brother. And you wonder why things ain't relating as they should. But he feels the same way about you. He may not want to tell you. But sisters, these stomachs all rolled down. Damn, man. Get that thing together, you hear? I don't care if you're 60. Don't tell me that I'm old now. Ain't no woman too old. Get yourself in order, and happiness will be yours, regardless of age, because your beauty, sisters, is really in your weight. And that's why Allah, in the Quran, he don't like obesity. He hates it. And you know what? In the nature of the man is there. You start swelling up, blowing up. He can understand it when you're pregnant. But 6 years after you're pregnant, you're still blowing up. Sisters, you got to keep his eye cool. You got to keep his eye on you. Isn't that where you want his attention? Well, you remember how it was when you had his attention? That's why they made that song, The Way We Were. You got to get back. We're getting older, but we don't have to be just crazy. Get it all out of shape. Your fatness? Let's get it off. Come on, brothers, all these big tire guts. Get it off. And I'm going to let you know straight up, I'm giving you 6 months. And any fat man that's a minister, he will not be around me. He's through. I don't want no big belly ministers. I want you looking mean, lean, trim, and ready. That's right. Now, I'm not going to say nothing, but I'm telling you, so help me Allah, if I'm alive 6 months from now, all the ministers that walk with me, all the captains that walk with me will be lean and mean. If I got any fat man, he will be sitting down getting fatter. And he will not be walking with me. And the same with the sisters. I want everybody to start working on the fat. We got to go after fat like God went after darkness. God came into a universe of darkness and made it a universe of light. I came into a universe of fat. And we're going to make it a universe of lean, beautiful women and men who look good to themselves. And when you look good to you, you look good to others. And I don't care if nobody's pleased with you. You ought to work to be pleased with yourself. Huh? Will you do it? Now, I was asked to say something on engagements and courting, but the time is late. It's late. But sisters and brothers, no long engagements in Islam. Don't hang around no man no long time. And to make up his mind, well, we're going to get married 2 years from now, May the 6th. And look here, baby, if it take you that long to make up your mind, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Don't mess with me and have me on some string for 2 years. And brother, you're playing with fire, because you can't be engaged to a woman that you're about to marry. Know that she is about to be yours, and you start looking to her as yours, and before you know it, you're going to want to take what is yours, and you'll take 1 to 5 out in class F for fornication. You love her, you court short, and hope to marry long. No long engagements here. Don't put no ring on her finger thinking that's going to hold her while you try to figure out what you want to do. Keep your ring in your pocket. When you put that ring on her, the date should be right there. Less than 90 days away. Mm-hmm. Can I get a witness? Well, I guess that's it for tonight. But brothers and sisters, I certainly thank you so much for coming out to So, thank you so much. Brothers and sisters, we're just going to have a few announcements and we'll be on our way. I really appreciate your staying with me this long. I enjoy your company. You look so beautiful. All of the sisters and all of the brothers. We really have the making of something so wonderful here. The teaching is fine, isn't it? Yes, sir. The manifestation of the teaching is better. I hope within the next 6 months, seriously, to challenge us to be in the best physical shape of our lives.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to bring doctors in. I want us all thoroughly examined. As many times you don't take good care of yourselves. You really don't know what's wrong with yourselves. And as men particularly, not particularly, but as men, we really need to know what our condition is, and then we need to go to work to better that condition. Because we want you to live a long, long, long time. Because think how long you'll be dead.
That's right.
So I really enjoy, I hate to leave you, but I know I have to go, and I've really overstayed your time and mine, but I'm so happy to see you, and I'm thankful to Allah for our assistant minister, Brother Wali Muhammad, who is also the editor of the finest newspaper for black people anywhere in the world, The Final Call. And I want to say that I will turn you into the hands of a brother minister who will ask for your charity. And I don't want you to run, because we can't do all the things that need to be done except you aid us in so doing, and your charitable contribution, if you can afford it, whatever you can afford to give. Always try to help us to help you to help yourselves. So I will turn you into the hands of Brother Minister Wali, who will close the meeting out with prayer. And again, Minister Ishmael Muhammad will be back with us on Sunday, and this Friday we have a study. And I don't know how many of you are engaged in the study, but Study Guide 18 is probably one of the most thought-provoking study guides that I've had the privilege of being guided to produce. And one day soon, God willing, I myself will come to you and address you on the serious nature of that study guide and why that study guide is so important for the future of us as a nation and a people.
And of course, I have the help of Sister Tanya Muhammad and others who are very scholarly in the principles undergirding Study Guide 18. So I hope you'll come out on Friday to be with Sister Ava Muhammad. On Saturday, sisters, for your class. On Sunday, Brother Ishmael Muhammad will be with you. And on Monday, we hope to see you at the FOI. Those brothers that missed the FOI this Monday, we had a wonderful time. And if you, I don't know whether it was recorded, what I said, it was, then every FOI should get that tape and go home and study. It's called Make All Men and Boys. Join the FOI and train them fast and make them brave fighters, willing at any time to give their lives for Allah's sake and righteousness. Get that tape. It's for men only. Yes, sir. May Allah bless you all and thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, leaving us the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. Praise be to Allah. Brothers and sisters, please be seated.